Assembly and an ask for mutual aid from the State Patrol to help provide security there at the scene. So obviously, State Patrol has arrived en masse to work with Minneapolis police for site security, so that they can conduct their investigation into what happened this morning.
I know earlier Chief O'Hara had said that his police officers did respond immediately after the shooting this morning.
Got an update here, folks. Stand by.
Said they were not allowed by agents to, or they were telling them to leave. Agents were telling Minneapolis police to leave. Police were there to try to get.
Breaking news update here, ladies and gentlemen.
Came to peace, but it doesn't look awfully peaceful out there right now.
No, actually, there were just tear gas canisters fired and flashbangs thrown at the protesters. They basically succeeded in moving them about 1 block from where those dumpsters are down to here. And as we can see now, we have the SWAT vehicle, we have state police, we have police. But by firing off tear gas, they managed to take 1 block. The protesters have regrouped in another standoff. So this might be an action where we see a block at a time. The protesters continue to regroup, and we see more tear gas pepper spray to move them back.
Steve, by your observation, are the numbers growing? Because it looks like it to us as we're watching these different angles come in. Where we were at.
Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the magic angle. Breaking news. Wow. We got it. There was the individual wearing red behind the man who got shot. We have the footage now, 3 minutes worth of footage. Everybody, pay attention. We got it. This is how it went down. Here we go. We've got the lead up here too. So this guy's blocking traffic. He's trying to block the ICE vehicles.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
That guy pushed back on it. Did you see that? The guy who got shot. Look at this. He just pushed up on an ICE officer. CBP pushed up on a CBP officer. Shouldn't have done that. He gets pepper sprayed there. Get him on the ground.
Wait.
Okay.
It's still hard to see.
It is going to be really hard to determine
Yep.
who fires the first shot here. Okay, I'm going to be honest. What I see happening right here is this guy reaching into his waistline. That is what I see. It's really hard to tell. This guy's down here, he's resisting. He kind of gets back, and he kind of gets up a little bit, and it looks like he reaches for something. That's what I see. This is really hard to tell. One more time. Really hard to tell. Incredibly hard to tell. Let's go back to our live coverage here.
Those federal agents have left, yet the temperature appears to have figuratively dropped substantially.
Yes, exactly.
It's a lot.
At least for now.
Hi.
At least for now.
Shut up.
And there was, I think Kelly had said earlier, there was some sort of a planned rally at 1 p.m. So I don't know exactly where that's going to be. I think it would just kind of
Maybe down here.
The neighborhood there,
Yeah, in the
it's about a block
neighborhood there.
away. She didn't know who was organizing it. She had just heard from people who were gathering there that yes, there was going to be a rally at 1 o'clock, which would be about 9 or 10 minutes away from from the Department of Border Patrol. Greg Bavino,
Hello,
heads up
hello,
the Border
everybody.
Patrol, has, for the past couple of days, been giving daily brief.
Yes, I know I've been missing. I've been missing for a while. I apologize. I'm good. How are you? Who is that, Elena? Yeah, Elena. Привет. Добро пожаловать. Как дела? Why isn't this working? Спасибо. I've missed so much music in the past like month I've been away from YouTube. You guys are probably like, okay, what's going on? Where have you been? I've literally just been here. Just, you know, it's a new year, so there were some things I wanted to take care of myself. Especially this long hair. The hair's getting long. I've been working a lot on my like diet and exercise and stuff. So, yeah. And it was my birthday like the other day. So, I'm older now. So that's a thing. I'm trying to find a... Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, my birthday was on January 1st or something. Wait, what's today? The 24th? No, my birthday was like 3 weeks ago. I'm sorry. Yeah, my birthday's January 1st. So, I usually stream on my birthdays, but I didn't. I haven't streamed or made any videos in like a month, so... Get rid of this. Dobry wieczór, Elena. I didn't realize that was a different Elena. One's, well... Привет, Dasha. Как дела? Moi le bou. Le bouv. Lubov. My Russian's getting bad again. But привет, привет, привет. Добро пожаловать, Sasha. Как дела? What a bunch of idiots. Look, the federal agents are just tossing like tear gas and these idiots are just standing there. Like, what is going on? Haha, moya Lubov. Lubov. I'll be back later. I just need to work. Happy to see you again. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll be here. I don't know how long I'll be here, but I usually stream for many hours. It's my first day back, so let's see. But welcome back. This is the United States, by the way, people. You know, you want to know why I talk garbage about how the West is falling? Look at this trash. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. It looks like the streets. Well, I'm not gonna say anything crazy on my first day back, but it looks like somewhere else. All that clinging and clacking are them pulling the pins on their CS grenades and tossing them into the crowd. That's funny.
Stand down.
Less than lethal rounds. And this is just gonna get worse. This is just gonna get worse because it's very early. It's like barely 1. We'll come back to this. I'll keep this tab open. I want to watch something else. What is that song? It's like me. It's like, what is it? Me. What is that song? Dasha, what's that song where it's like a picture in the morning? Me. Me. I don't remember. Oh, I guess I can go and look, right? Kamin. Kamin. I've been listening to this song so much. But is there a video for it? Is this a video?
В камине 6.
Maybe there's not a video for it. Maybe just the live version. I've been listening to this song for like a whole month.
В камине в 6 утра. Фотография твоя. Горят воспоминания о тебе. У камина в 6 утра. Разбитая душа. И все твои обещания. Пустота. В камине в 6 утра. Фотография твоя. Горят воспоминания о тебе. У камина в 6 утра. Разбитая душа. И все твои обещания. Пустота. В камине в 6 утра. Твой маяк подарил мне боль. Устал я жить, все обиды тая. Уходи, за собой закрой. Сколько бы я не просил, но ты же знала, что меня теряла. Я босиком под стеклом бегал так упрямо. И если бы не твой милый голосок, я бы упал, сделав
Да, камин.
последний вздох. И звезды мирно падали, как будто для меня. Я каждый раз загадывал тебя не потерять. Но больше не могу, я просто мучаю себя. Теперь ты уже не моя. В камине в 6 утра. Фотография твоя. Горят воспоминания
О тебе.
у камина в 6 утра. Разбитая душа. Все твои обещания.
I might have to change this hoodie. It's getting a little hot in here.
Пустота. В камине в 6 утра. Фотография твоя. Горят воспоминания о тебе. У камина в 6 утра. Разбитая душа. И все твои обещания. Пустота. 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 Пустота.
I have seen the lyric video, so I do know Also, Dasha told me like a couple weeks ago what he talks about, yeah, about, you know, photography. It starts with like basically every morning. Oh man, I don't remember. Let me bring up the English translation video.
В камине в 6 утра фотография твоя, горят воспоминания о тебе. У камина в 6 утра.
It's like every morning by the fireplace at 6 in the morning. I don't think he burns the picture.
Разбитая.
He's very sad about his. Here, let me find the actual. This might be a good one because this looks like it has both the Ruski и Amerikansky.
В камине в 6.
Or is it Angliski? Angliski и Ruski? Oh, I gotta show you. So it's like by the fireplace at like 6 in the morning, he looks at a picture and he's sad about it.
В камине в 6.
See? In the fireplace at 6 in the morning.
Утра.
There's a photograph of you, see?
Фотография твоя, горят воспоминания о тебе. У камина в 6.
Yeah, again, and then he repeats it. У камина в 6 утра.
6 утра. Разбитая душа. Все твои обещания.
Your promises are empty.
В камине в 6 утра фотография твоя, горят воспоминания о тебе.
У камина в 6 утра. Yeah. See, so I was pretty close on the translations. What else is on my list of stuff to watch? Let's go to my stuff. Well, let's see what's going on with the crazies. Yeah, I've been wanting to watch Kamin on Da. Very sad song. You know what's funny? No, I won't say that. No, I will say it actually. You know what? If people acted like this in Russia, or if people acted like this even in the Philippines, they would get zipped up quick. Even in because I've been to Thailand and some other places before. Even in Thailand, if you tried this garbage, you'd be zipped up so quick. The fact that this is crazy. I hate this.
Troopers, let's go!
Look, they're throwing glass bottles at the Bearcats and stuff like that. Dude, if you tried this in any other country, you would get thrown in jail forever. Like, take in, In the Philippines, Vitali wasn't even. I mean, Vitali did do a lot of bad stuff, but Vitali effed around and found out in the Philippines, and he just, like, this week got released from the Philippines. They kept him for almost 90 days. There's an ad in my stream and it's interrupting the stream. I'm sorry, I don't have any control over that. I can actually pull up another streamer who he does politics, but he doesn't do music stuff like me. But every time I've watched his stream this week, people are saying, hey, there's ads on your stream, and he gets very mad because he goes in and he manually turns the stream, or the mid-roll stream. I don't even know what they're called because I don't run them on him. But apparently he goes into YouTube Studio and unclicks mid-roll ad or whatever. But when he starts the stream, for whatever reason, it reactivates the mid-roll ads. So I'm sorry, I don't have anything to do with any ads that are being put out on my stream. So I apologize. It's not just me. I've seen probably 10 other content creators at this time who stream, who will get these same things in chat. And thank you for letting me know. I'm not mad about it or anything, but like, there have been streamers on YouTube that have been like getting these like comments in their chat, and they're like, "Whoa, we just got an ad." And what's crazy is it doesn't happen all the time. Like the last time I streamed, I was so afraid that there might be ads turned on that I didn't turn on. I kept asking everyone. I'm like, "Did you get an ad? Did you get an ad? Did you get an ad?" And they said, "No, no, 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 no." Now I haven't streamed in over a month, but apparently it's still that way, so I apologize. Because, yeah. Oh, no, so what I was saying, so Vitali, he's Russian, and he is what they call a nuisance streamer, and they kept him locked up in Filipino jails for, I think, 90 days, and, let me tell you, those Filipino jails are no joke. I've seen them. Anywho, they didn't just slap him on the wrist, right? No, they made an example out of him. They said, if you're going to come to our country and act crazy, we're going to make an example of you. And then, allegedly, he was supposed to be like deported back to Russia, but somehow he ended up back in the States because he was on Aiden Ross's stream after that. I know a lot of you don't know what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is if you tried this crap in any other country, you would get zipped up and thrown in the dark, dark hole. Look at this. They need to call in the freaking, what's it called? The Insurrection Act, and they need to send in the National Guard, because this is ridiculous. There's hundreds of people out here just breaking the law. And this is only going to get worse.
I'm going to my car and
It's barely 1:20 on a Wednesday, on a Saturday, so these people, well, a lot of them probably don't have jobs anyways, but these people don't have jobs. Or not, I'm sorry, that came out wrong. What I mean is, it's the weekend, so they're not working, so instead they're just going to burn down the city. Which I told my brother, I go, watch, in 2026, we're going to have another Minneapolis event where it's going to make the 2020 Summer of Love, what do you call it? Fiery, but mostly peaceful protests. I told my brother, watch, in 2016, it's going to get crazy. Something like that's going to happen. We're, 3 weeks in, and there's already been a Minneapolis crazy thing happen? Like what are we even talking about here? I've been streaming for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and I'm already pissed because I look at this garbage, right? I look at what's going on in my country, and people wonder why Mr. J just sits in the middle of nowhere and minds his own business out in the middle of nowhere. It's because of this. Look at the crazy garbage that happens in big cities in the United States. That's unacceptable, bro. Unacceptable. I'm going to move this. Yes, I know you guys don't come to hear me talk about other stuff than music, but whatever. It's a new year. New stuff.
Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE!
You can tell these are highly educated people. All they can say is the F word. Oh wait, the live stream's over. I have to find a different one. Da seda o camina se sutra. Wait, here it is. Oh, it says live stream will resume shortly. Okay. So let's go to the thing. Suka. Everybody thinks it's weird that I didn't celebrate my my birthday. Is that weird to anybody? Everybody else thinks it's weird. Like, if you tried this garbage in Russia, they would throw you in without even thinking about it, mind you. They would just throw you in Siberia. Here's someone else. There's more crazies.
No, 100%. We need to keep it going. The only way we are going.
You guys want me to make the screen bigger so y'all can see the crazies better? What the frick? Why can't I grab the corner of this? That's weird.
We came with long-term, sustained resistance! Yeah! This is what it looks like when we show up for our communities and we fight back! We have been getting banned off the streets all morning! We have been getting shot all morning, and look at this! More you showed up! It is not the time to...
You know what's crazy? This was deemed an unlawful, gathering, like, over an hour ago. Like, I don't know what they're doing taking so long putting these people in, whatever, paddy wagons and sending them to jail.
Bow down! It is not the time to behave! It is not the time to comply! Right!
It's not the time to behave. It's not the time to comply, is what this young lady said. Do you think that's gonna work out well for you, young lady? I don't think so. But see, the problem with this is people are like this are in echo chambers. They're surrounded by a bunch of people who still have the delusional thought process that they do, and it reinforces their bad behavior. That's all it is. It makes them feel more powerful than they really are.
Alex Preddy was shot this morning by ICE. Renee Nicole Good.
Yeah, but why was that dude unalive this morning? He fought cops. They were trying to disarm him. Yes, he had a weapon, a 9mm with 2 magazines. And as they tried to, and then there was like, it took like 7 or 8 federal agents. They were dogpiling on the dude because they were trying to disarm him. He reached for the weapon, and I mean, you can like it or you cannot like it, but when you have 10 officers on top of you because you're fighting the cops and you reach for said weapon, it's standard operating procedure to a mag dump. Sorry, but that's just the truth. Now, did it look a little crazy because there was like 7 agents on him? Sure. But dude was fighting the cops, and dude was armed.
Was shot 2 weeks ago by ICE. Keith Porter Jr. was shot.
Okay, why was Ms. Good unalived by federal law enforcement? One, she was blocking the street purposely to impede a federal investigation. Well, I'll say that's what she did wrong, is she blocked the road impeding a federal investigation. I'm not saying that's what she planned to do, but that's literally what happened. The reason why I'm explaining this to basically no one, because no one's watching my stream right now, because I haven't streamed in over a month, but that's fine. The reason why I'm explaining this to you is because you're going to get this narrative that this lady's talking about. You're not going to get all of the information. So anyways, Ms. Good was blocking the road in a federal investigation, impeding a federal investigation. They got out of the car. On this side, they got out of the car. They told her to get the frick out of the car twice or 3 times. She refused. They went in and they tried to grab, the inside lock to open the door. By the way, there was another agent that was on the other side of like her car, who walked around and he was filming with his camera just in case, because he was dragged like 3 months prior by doing an ICE arrest, so he was just recording. And instead of getting out, turning off the vehicle, or moving, when they told her to get the frick out of the vehicle, she reverses, turns the wheel to try to get away. Her wife yells, "Drive, baby, drive," right? Lady goes forward, hits the cop. Cop pops, I think, 3 rounds. 1 directly into the front of the windshield, and 2 kind of on the side as she drove away, I guess. Didn't drove away. She, unfortunately, was shot here. So, actually, it was temple to temple, but that's not relevant. I mean, it might be relevant, but it's not relevant to what I'm talking about. But do you see kind of a theme here? Like what are we even talking about? if you resist officers, one, if I'm to get in my truck, right, and drive to wherever, right, it's a hypothetical, and a cop pulls me over, and mind you, I live in a very, very small, like, middle of nowhere, you know, I live in the middle of nowhere. If I get pulled over, say, even for a small infraction, like a tail light out, or say I was speeding, or I ran a red light, or whatever, if they pull me over and I'm in an active stop, if I take off, if I drive off, even in here, they're gonna chase me. If a cop tells me to put my hands behind my back, and I don't comply with him and just put my hands behind my back, then they're gonna get rough with me because I'm not obeying lawful orders. And that's the main thing, is not only are these people breaking the law, but they're also resisting arrest, disregarding direct orders, and impeding federal investigations. It's incredible. But people like this, they only tell you this person was unalived on this day. They were a good person. And it's like, maybe they were a good person, but they also did something to get the blicky.
2 weeks ago, my eyes and black and brown people have been screaming about.
Let me plug my phone in, because when I'm streaming, I don't need it.
These problems for years. Yeah! Close eyes! Close eyes! They are apparently claiming that there was a weapon on him that was taken after the fact.
There are pictures of the weapon. That's how I know it's a 9mm and it has 2 magazines, because I saw the picture. What are we even talking about? If you go to Twitter right now, I think it's called X now. I don't know. I don't use Twitter. But if you go to Twitter right now and you go to the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, I think it was, anybody can Google and see the picture of the 9mm weapon and the 2 magazines. What are we even talking about? They refuse. See, here's my problem with people like this, is they refuse to believe facts. Even if they're facts.
Have you guys seen the video? Did you hear the shot? 10 shots to one unarmed rapid responder standing up for their community.
He wasn't unarmed. What are we talking about here? You're lying to people.
None of us are saying, say their names. None of us are saying shit.
Look, I'm going to Google it. I'm just going to Google it and bring it up. I'm not going to do anything crazy. I'm just going to look in Google. Weapon found on guy this morning. He was unarmed, right? Wrong! 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 Not unarmed! Happy New Year, Mr. J. Oh, thank you so much. Happy New Year. It was my birthday on January 1st. But thank you. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas, everybody. Anyways, back to this lady. She's lying. You want to see? I'll do it one more time for the people in the back. Not unarmed! What are you talking about? I did a quick Google search and found it. Unarmed my keister. Suka.
Shame! Shame! Guys! Stand up! Fight back!
Thank you so much. Yeah, my birthday was like 3 weeks ago. I haven't streamed or uploaded anything on YouTube for like a month, so that's my fault, not your guys' fault. I usually stream on Christmas and on my birthday, but I've just been working on myself lately. Like, I've been working on my diet and exercise a lot more. I've almost cut out all meat in my diet. Yes, I know that sounds weird, but I'm one of those people, I don't live to eat, I eat to live. So if I can throw a bunch of garbage into a pot and boil it, and it tastes good, and it makes me not hungry, then, yeah. But I've been mostly just eating stuff that I know how to cook from me living in Korea. Because that stuff is my favorite food, and it's easy to make if you know what you're doing. And if you have the correct ingredients. We missed you. Oh, thank you so much. I missed you all too. Today I was like, I got done working out, right? Don't worry, not a lot has changed with me. So this is all gonna sound familiar. So I got up, I worked out, I had my. No, I didn't have my banana. I did have my Greek yogurt, and I did have my protein shake. I have not had my banana yet. But then, I was like, it's only 11 o'clock. And I was like, I have nothing to do. And I'm like, oh, I miss my subscribers. And so I was like, why not go live? So I went to the store real quick, grabbed stuff I needed to grab, and then I started streaming. And I'm talking about the riots in Minneapolis right now because I think they're absolutely ridiculous, but we'll get into other stuff later. But I missed you all too so much. Ask Dasha. I even came, I was actually gonna come back like 2 weeks ago. I text messaged Dasha, and I was like, I'm coming back today. I just gave her a little heads up, you know, a warning. And then I didn't go live. I didn't make a video. I didn't do anything. So like a week went by, and Dasha's like, well, are you okay now? Me and Dima are worried about you because you've been gone for like a long time. So yeah, I missed you all too. It was just very sad spending my like holidays alone and stuff like that, so.
My descendants are the Mexica warriors, and we have brought ourselves to this cause. Our relatives here have endured in this cause while these ICE agents come here in fear.
You're in America! What are you talking about, lady?
We come out here with no fear as we go against.
What did she say? She was part of some sort of tribe? Or they sounded like they were speaking Spanish. I'm Mexican, so let's see.
My name is Tali Melina. I live in this community. We will not tolerate the violence here. Chinga la migra!
Chinga la migra. I can't say what that means. I know what it means, but yeah, that's Spanish.
Chinga la migra! My descendants are the Mexica warriors.
I don't know what a Mexica warrior is, but it's gotta be Mexican.
And we have brought ourselves to this cause. Our relatives here have endured in this cause while these ICE agents come
Oh yeah, I didn't even see this. See, dudes waving a Mexican flag. Like, what are you doing? I'm Mexican and I have an issue with this. Come on now. My mother was a very beautiful brown woman and she would have an issue with this if she saw this, if she was still alive. You know what I mean. She would have an issue with this.
We come out here with no fear as we go against these people with weapons. All we have is our spirit. That is what they want to take from us, is our spirit. That's the one thing that these enemies will never take from any of us, our spirit. Fuck us! Fuck us! I will not stand here and see our relatives be taken down. An unarmed man was just killed today.
Innocent, unarmed man. Do I have to show it one more time for the people who have a sub 50 IQ? Innocent, unarmed, my butt. What are we even talking about, bro?
They took a 5-year-old Latino boy.
Let's hear her say it one more time. Maybe I misheard her.
See our relatives be taken down. An unarmed man was just killed today. They took a...
An unarmed man was just unalive today. Wrong! You're being dishonest.
5-year-old Latino boy.
The 5-year-old Latino boy is also fake news. It's already been debunked. What are we even talking about? Like, see, here's my question. Do these people just, like all of these, like, look, there's, like, probably 1,000, 2,000 people here. Maybe more. There was, like, 15,000, like, yesterday. But, do these people, are they, like, legitimately, like, low IQ and just refuse to watch, like, any sort of news source? It doesn't have to be left-wing or right-wing news source. You could pick your news source, you know. I don't discriminate against news sources. But everything they're talking about's been debunked. If you would get your stupid behinds out of the cold weather, writing about something you don't know what you're talking about, and maybe you just did a little bit of research on what you're talking about. Oh, chinga.
This is getting out of hand. They're using our children to this one. They're going after our children, our family members, our neighbors, our relatives. How does it feel?
They're not going after any of my brown family and relatives and friends. What are you talking about, lady? This is... I could call my best friend George. Or as you guys know him on the channel as Ralphie. And I could be like, hey, Ralphie, what's up? Gotten hassled by ICE lately? And you know what he would say? One, he would laugh. And two, he would tell me to shut the frick up. Because he would know that he would think I'm being facetious. But no, this lady's lying.
Coming to the land where we fight and endure. Right now, we have DHS on our right side.
The streets for hours.
Shut up.
Strike. And now
To be complicit.
Let's see what this absolute degenerate says.
In the kidnapping and trafficking of people in this hell no! Are Americans going to
Leather lace.
stand up and fight back? Whole streets! Whole streets! Whole streets! Whole streets! Whole streets! Whole streets! Whole streets!
Yes, Dima and I missed you. Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry.
No hate! No fear! Immigrants are welcome here! No hate! No fear! Immigrants!
No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. I agree. Legal immigrants. Legal immigrants. Guess what? My brown mama and well, not my brown mama. Mama was born here. But my brown grandparents, they came here the same way that people have been coming here legally for 1,000,000 years. Yes, not 1,000,000 years. America does not have an issue with immigrants. We have an issue with illegal immigrants. Let me give an example. It's an anecdotal example, but it works pretty well, right? I've lived in 12 different countries, so I could give you 12 different, albeit anecdotal because it's just my experience. But if I go to Russia and I overstay my visa, what happens? I get picked up by the police, I get put in jail, and I get deported. Guess what happens if I go to Thailand and I get a 90-day visa and I don't do the border glitch? What happens? What happens if I go to the Philippines and I get a 30-day tourist visa and I overstay? It's the same answer in all of these countries. I'm going to be arrested, be detained, I'm going to be deported. In China, I mean, in Russia, in the Philippines, in Thailand, no matter where you're at, Southeast Asia, wherever, you stay over your visa, you're going to get detained, and then you're going to be deported. Here, Mr. J. Hello, Robert Murdoch. How are you? Now, yes, this is all anecdotal because it's just my personal lived experiences, but what I'm saying is it's like this in every country, basically. If you get a visa, if you have a passport, right? If you have a passport and you get pulled over in another country and they go and look at your stamp, and the stamp is, yeah, I opened to a blank page because I don't want you to see my stuff, but when you get pulled over or whatever in a different country, they're going to be like, let me see your paperwork, your visa. So we always have to have this, right? So they go and they look and they look, and they find the newest stamp, the last stamp right on the page. So there's pages. Let me make sure there's no personal information on here. Okay, so it says visas, right? So if I do something bad in any of these countries I've named, and they say, let me see your paperwork, they pull it out, they look, and if it's 1 day over the stamp date, arrested and deported. I don't know why young Americans cannot understand this. Great. Happy New Year and happy birthday. Thank you so much, Robert. I appreciate it. Happy New Year to you. I hope you had a great, happy, Merry Christmas. And thank you for the belated birthday wish. I really appreciate it. But we are a nation of immigrants, yes, but legal immigrants. Like the Irish came over and did a bunch of cool things. They have their own communities. And they don't bug anyone, They well, that's the big thing too, is if you move to another country, at some point you're going to have to assimilate to their country, to the country's customs and things like that, right? Like I can't go to someplace like the Philippines or Russia and say, but, what about my constitutional rights? They don't exist in other countries. Your constitutional rights are something given to you only in America, you complete idiots. You move to a country, sure, you can keep your own cultural stuff. Like, take for example, no one told my grandparents to stop eating beans and enchiladas. Why do you think we have a 70, 80, 90-year-old family enchilada recipe? Because when my grandparents came here from Culiacan, they weren't told to stop eating beans and rice and enchiladas and chorizo and everything else, right? They still kept their culture. Anytime when I was a little baby and I went to my grandparents' house, it was the most Mexican place on the planet at my grandparents' house, right? But that was at my grandparents' house. You know what I'm saying? They're allowed to do whatever the frick they want at their house, so they're hella Mexican, right? When they were at their house, which makes sense. But when you go out into public, you need to eventually assimilate. Like, there are 1,000 things in South Korea alone that I had to learn in order to assimilate. Because there's so many social rules in South Korea. Like, if you don't... For a while, they're going to be, oh, haha, funny, tourist doesn't know our customs. But if someone sees that you've been here for like 4 months and they've seen you before making the same mistakes, then people aren't going to just be like, haha, this person doesn't understand our culture and it's funny, dumb American. They're going to be like, 4 months later, he's still making the same rude gestures or whatever, and he's not making any attempt to respect our culture while being in our country. And I get that. But guess what? I lived in Korea for like, almost 3 years. And after like 2 months of being there, I was like, I need to start doing some assimilating. So I went to Pyeongtaek University. Look it up. It's a real thing. And I went to Pyeongtaek University, and I learned the language, and I learned the culture, what to say and what not to say in what situation. And let me tell you, once I started learning the language and I started assimilating into Korean culture, not fighting against it, I was welcomed so much more with open arms. They loved that even before I was pretty fluent in Korean. Now it's like 조금 한국말, but I still know some. Even when I was first learning, Koreans were very happy just to see a Westerner attempting to assimilate. Just like if I go to Russia, I can't be like, but, what about my constitution? No. Like, take for example, there are certain things that you can do in other countries that you can't do in Russia. And that's fine. Same way with other countries. There are certain things you can and can't do. But if you're going to be in a country living there for many years, if not the rest of your life, there needs to be some form of assimilation. And that's coming from a child of immigrants. Well, my dad's white, but you know what I mean. My mom's whole side of my family are Mexican, so you know what I mean. My mom's family came from Mexico. What do you want from me? But what I'm saying is there's got to be some sort of assimilation. legal immigrants.
Let's go set this. We're setting the camera down here. We've got to give John's arms a break from holding it up above. Passion here in this crowd. You can feel the power of these moments.
Feel the power of these moments? What are you talking about, dude? Did I miss what he first said?
Feel the passion it's had for so long. I mean, you can feel the passion here in this crowd.
No, I can hear the brain rot in this crowd.
You can feel the power of these moments.
The power of these moments, okay.
You can feel that you're among history here.
No, I just hear a bunch of idiots that are doing the same thing they did in 2020. What are you talking about? You were probably saying the same thing in 2020 when the George Floyd thing happened. It's we're witnessing history. Then why are you doing the same thing 4 years later? 4 years later. What are we even talking about? It's like repeating the hit. Jeez. What's that old saying? If you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. What are we even talking about? Idiot. Idiot. Remember in 2020, the fiery but mostly peaceful protests? Like, what are we talking about?
That has not been lost on me these last couple of days.
What about the last couple of years, idiot?
When there were tens of thousands of people out in downtown Minneapolis just yesterday for the general strike.
I'm so sorry, my first stream back. I'm just screaming at you all. I'm so sorry. I've just been watching this. As you guys have saw, I haven't uploaded a video in over a month, and I haven't went live in over a month. I took, a little time off for the beginning of the year, whatever. But I've been watching all this unfold for the past month, and it's been just getting under my skin and getting under my skin. So, yeah.
And now
by the way, stuff like this, I'm going to probably stream this stuff on this channel, but all of the videos of kind of geopolitics and commentary, they're going to go on my other channels, which I'm getting together now, so I'll let you know when those are, well, they're up, but yeah.
Thousands who are here on Minneapolis' south side today as another person was shot and killed by the Trump administration.
By the Trump administration? Does that mean, are you saying that someone from the administration, are you saying Pete Hegseth just came out to Minnesota and was like, no, idiot.
As another person was shot and killed by the Trump administration.
No. A person, let's see if he calls them innocent and unarmed. Let's hear.
A second life taken from this community that can never be given back. There is no reparation. There is no justice.
Dude had a weapon. And just so you guys know, for the newcomers, I'm not making stuff up. These people on the TV are going to tell you that there was no weapon recovered. Boom! It took 2 minutes, not even. It took me a Google search. There is the 9mm in... There it is. That's why when I first started this, I knew it was a 9mm, because I saw the picture. Dude wasn't unarmed.
No full justice for the loss of a human life. It cannot be made whole. This community cannot be made whole. And the people out here are out here grieving and protesting.
They're not grieving. They didn't know that person from Adam.
And trying to find solace together and a sense of community together. And that's very palpable here on the air. The turnout is all the more incredible because of the frigid temperatures right now. It's below zero. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's below zero right now.
Yeah, it's like negative 10 degrees. So go inside, you idiots. Gaslighting 101 at work. Facts. Absolutely true.
And yet, you have thousands of people who have taken to the streets for hours. For hours in the streets right now.
Oh.
Because a 37-year-old man was shot.
So brave! Y'all are so brave in the cold. So brave. So stunning and brave.
Hours in the streets right now.
Hours in the streets, everybody. Hours. Because they're so stunning and brave, right?
Because a 37-year-old man was...
Because a 37-year-old man was what? Let's see what he says. Let's see if he tells the truth.
For hours in the streets right now. Because a 37-year-old man was shot and killed.
¿Por qué? For what? But how? Why? Why?
Because a 37-year-old man was shot and killed.
Because why?
By the federal government.
Because why?
The federal government's trying to spin it, trying to make themselves sound justified in
The government's trying to spin it. All right.
taking another human life.
Right.
Extrajudicially.
Extrajudiciously, just like Robert Murdoch said, gaslighting at its best.
For the second time in just a few weeks here in Minneapolis.
Yeah, and we went over Rachel Good, or whatever her name is. She was impeding a federal law enforcement agency. She was told to get out of the car. She reversed the car, putting gas when her wife yelled, "Drive, baby, drive." It's all on camera. She didn't run over, but she did hit the cop that was on the driver's side front tail or headlight, and they told her to get out of the car. If a cop pulls me over and tells me to get out of the car, I'm getting out of the frickin' car. Like, are you crazy?
Out here, getting gas and shot all morning.
John, if you want to just point the camera back here.
Location, but we are taking the mob back, right? Yeah. These are our streets, right? All right, so we're gonna move it back over to 20.
Protect herself and others. She wasn't angry. She wasn't trying to hurt him. She was trying.
Oh, wait. Here's the gaslighting. Wait, Robert Murdoch. Hey, chat. Here is going to be, like, the biggest gaslighting you ever hear of, is when they interview one of these retards, like, and I'm not sorry for saying that word, because they're
Pardon me, man. What's up? I'm a reporter.
Okay, I rewound it to the first part where he just said, "Excuse me, man."
I'm interviewing people about how they're feeling in this moment.
I'm surprised he wasn't like, "It's not man, it's they, them."
Mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure, why not? Sure.
This is my cameraman, John. My name's JT.
And who are you with?
Status Quo, or online independent progressive outlet.
Okay.
Status Quo are a bunch of left-wing weirdos who are in a cult. They are right underneath the Midas Touch network. They're complete gaslighting, like Trump derangement syndrome. By the way, I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I don't believe in right or left-wing politics. I think it's all stupid because I was a soldier for my entire adult life. And so it really made no difference if the right or the left was in politics, because I had to listen to the President of the United States regardless of if I agreed with their politics, because Commander-in-Chief is Commander-in-Chief, and that's that, right? And there's no First Amendment when you're in the active duty army.
First of all, how do you want to be identified?
You can call me Josh.
Josh.
PM.
Josh. Thank you for talking to us.
How do you want to be identified? What kind of question is that?
Josh.
Thank you for having me.
Like I said, the first thing I wanted to start with is just processing your emotions in this moment. We're standing here after a second person shot and killed earlier today by immigration enforcement agents. The second person killed this month by immigration enforcement agents. How would you summarize your emotions in this moment?
At first, it was just utter sadness and then disgust. And then that turned to a quick boiling rage. The audacity of this government to think that they could just push.
Here it comes. Here comes the gaslighting.
And push and hurt citizens. And sure, it's the second shot, not the first died by hands of ice. There are people in detention who were killed, outright killed. There was one who was recently pronounced dead by homicide because he was strangled to death. These things are happening constantly and they're not being held accountable.
That can't be independently verified.
And it's causing such fury and...
See, that's what's so infuriating is a lot of these people are not purposely low IQ. They are just being told all these lies.
Rage. What is the point of having a nation if we cannot even protect each other and ourselves?
I want you to explain the message you're here to deliver with the flag. Your flag is...
Let me guess, the flag is upside down and has some nonsense written on it.
Bring it down here. See?
How did I know? It's upside down and has nonsense written on it. Of course. You know why I can call crap like this? It's because I've seen it before.
The American flag up.
That's why I'm yelling today. It's because I've seen this 1,000 times in Minneapolis. In 2020, fiery but mostly peaceful. What the?
Upside down, and it says, "That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you." Can you explain the?
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. You know what he's gonna say? Because that's what that lady said, Renee Good. She's like all cocky, like after she's being told it. Or no, it was right before she got told to get out of the frickin' car. The guy with the phone who was walking around her vehicle, when he came around, she just flippantly, like kind of nonchalantly, like smart-assly said, "What's the matter, man? I ain't mad at you. I'm fine, dude." But the context is as she's blocking a federal law enforcement impeding their investigation after being told to get out of the car. But that's what those words mean on the upside down flag. I told you it was going to be an upside down flag with some nonsense written on it. Now let's hear what he says about Renee Good. Now I will say it is sad that she passed. I don't think it's good when any human life is taken. Obviously, I couldn't in good faith be a Christian and think that any taking of life is good. But I'm not upset about it because it's one of those, like if it was like it's one of those F around and find out moments. What do they call it? FAFO?
Message that you're here, that what this symbolizes and means to you.
This was the last words of Renee Good. This
was the last words of Renee Good. She was sitting there peacefully in her truck, just minding her own business, telling people to go by, and ICE just came up unprovoked and did the bad thing. Wrong!
Just there to protect herself and others. She wasn't angry. She wasn't trying to hurt him.
She was there to protect herself and others. She wasn't angry, right?
This was the last words of Renee Good. She was just there to protect herself and others. She wasn't angry. She wasn't trying to hurt him. She was trying to get away because he was dangerous.
She was trying to get away after she was already detained. That sounds illegal to me.
And drew a gun on her. She was trying to flee.
Oh my gosh. My chat, you're being diabolical today. Oh, you live and you leer. Oh my gosh, 2026 is amazing already. We're already getting quality leering center memes in the chat. We're already getting quality leering center memes in the chat. Oh, that's diabolical. I love you, Robert. Oh, my chat's awesome. Oh, I've missed you all so much.
for her life. She's not a bad person, and drew a gun on her. She was trying to get away.
She was trying to get away, right? She backed up. She hit the gas. Let me put it in perspective, because you can go back and fact check me. The whole that she was trying to get away theory doesn't make sense. Because if you watch the video, it was 1,000 below zero and more snow than this. And when she backed up and then she turned her wheel and she slammed on the gas, she hit her gas enough that her front wheel spun. So what does that mean? That means if the streets would not have been slick, had not been icy, the fact that those wheels, or the front wheels, spun means that she didn't just slowly try to get away. No, she hit the gas, dude. And it's proven, because as soon as the ICE agent like gets out of the way, and she basically got domed. You know, it was in one temple. The grammarian in me was driven crazy by all the leering. Okay, chat. I haven't seen you fired up before, ever. I like it. Well, I'm pissed off, bro. Because people just don't understand. Like,
because he was...
Wait, let me go back to what I was saying. So what I was saying is, if it would not have been icy out, that woman would have hit that police officer way harder. The fact that he got grazed on his hip, right? And you can see, you can go out and find the video. It wasn't just a small tap. Like, what did the Minnesota, whatever his name is, not Tim Walz, the other guy. He was like, and I'm going to give you an example, and yes, it's anecdotal because it's my example, but it's my show, so shut up. I'm just kidding. But the guy, Jacob Fry, I think his name is, he said, oh, he was first they went from, oh, she didn't hit him, to, oh, he was barely hit, to, oh, well, he was barely hit. I've seen people get worse injuries from opening or closing the fridge door with their hip. And it's like, what are you talking about? Everything aside, that is a 2-ton weapon that you're using against a federal officer. A 2-ton weapon. And had that front wheel drive not spun in the snow, she would have smacked him super hard. But see, people are not good at leering, and they're not good at listening either, apparently. Because, take for example, when they talk about the dude who was unalived this morning, they say, he was unarmed. Let's show it again for everyone in the back. Then what is this? If he was unarmed, what is this? I literally, on stream, looked it up. The cop in front had internal injuries. Yeah, it was said, I think, that he had internal bleeding. But this person was just minding her own business.
Dangerous and drew a gun on her. She was trying to flee for her life. She was dangerous and she wasn't trying to hurt him. She was trying to get away.
She wasn't trying to hurt him. She was trying to get away. Well, guess what? When you're detained and I tell you get the frick out of the car, you're not free to leave. Even I know that.
Because he was dangerous and drew...
She wanted to leave because he was dangerous, and he's going to say he drew his weapon, right?
Drew a gun on her.
He drew his weapon on her. Which happened first? Which happened first? I believe the lady hit the cop with the car first. and then he dropped his phone and pulled his blicky. I believe those are the series of events of how they happened. Oh, you guys can't see the screen. I'm so sorry. You guys can't tell what I'm screaming at. You are gaslighting people. And you have your facts completely in the wrong arrangement.
She was trying to flee for her life. She's not a bad person. And if
Right, because she's not a person anymore.
we're attacking citizens and killing them when their last words to you, if we're attacking citizens trying to flee for her life, she's not a bad person. And if we're attacking citizens and killing them when they're
and unaliving them, but that's not happening.
saying when their last words to you are, I'm not.
Yeah, but why were these her last words? Am I the only one that thinks this is so dumb? Those were her last words for a reason. She tried to run over a cop. What are you talking about, dude? And I know you guys say you guys never seen me this fired up before and you like it, but it's very, very irritating. Very irritating. The gaslighting is on a whole nother level.
Mad at you. What are we doing? That's a monster right there. And
Exactly. What are you doing? What are you doing? What is the point of this?
he needs to be held accountable, and this administration needs to be held accountable. And we're in danger because of that.
No. You're in danger because you put yourselves in danger. That's that. Not bad person are also capable. Not bad people are also capable of doing wrong. Facts. Facts. Man, the chat is coming in with facts today. Well, yeah, I'm not a bad person, but I'm very capable of doing a lot of wrong things. Right? I just spilt water all over myself. Holy frick.
And, of course, the upside-down American flag being a universal sign of distress.
Mrs. B's looking at me like, shut up, dude. If you don't like it, then you go upstairs. How about that, young lady? She's like, no, I'm fine, Dad. I'll just sit right here.
Where do you see... I mean, it always feels like in these moments where you feel like you're living through history, that you're standing on the precipice of something, but you can't always see what's next. I'm just curious, from your perspective right now, what do you see as next for this movement?
This video will be uploaded on my other channel, just so you guys know.
For justice here in Minneapolis.
Ideally,
this particular part of the stream is because you guys know that most of my channel is music stuff on this channel. So although I will be streaming stuff like this, for some people virtue signaling is the most important thing. True. They will gaslight just to remain virtuous. True. But see, that's the thing. They gaslight and they turn virtue signaling into... The one thing is I've never really understood is virtue signaling was called out like years ago. Like virtue signaling was really popular in like 2016, right? 2015, 2016. And then virtue signaling kind of got worse 2016, 2017. But then people were kind of like, you don't actually believe the stuff you're saying. You just think you're going to get brownie points for saying it, right? But now people are wise to the whole virtue signaling phenomenon. And so I just don't see the point other than obviously to gaslight another generation. But what other channel? Let me get it for you real quick. I don't remember what the @ is yet. I think the last video I put on it, I made like I'll just shut up and give you the thing. Hold on. How do I go to my community tabs? Cause it's on an old community tab. Here, let's just go to. Wait, I can't go to switch account. Yes, I can. Oh, the last time I uploaded on my other channel was when I talked about Charlie Kirk. So that wasn't too long ago. But here, let me give you. I'll just give you a link to the video because the @ is like a bunch of like letters and numbers, and so I will have to here's my Charlie Kirk video, and then go to that video and see if you can just click to like, it's called the Mr. J Show Geopolitics and Something Else. Okay, here's the link. So the videos will go from... Oh, is it really at Mr. J Commentary? There's only like 3 videos or something on there, but this stuff's gonna go over stuff about like what we're talking about on stream right now is gonna go over on that channel, because I don't want people to come to the channel they've been coming to for 3 or 4 years, where there's almost 70,000 of you, right? They're not gonna come, because not everyone who watches my show watches my lives. Different people watch my lives than watch the actual episodes on my show. So doing the live version over here while I'm recording and then posting them over there is easier.
ICE gets out. They leave the city, they leave our state, and they never come back.
ICE will not leave because Nick Shirley exposed the Quality Leering Center and opened this whole like Somali fraud thing. I mean, they can't leave when they've been given credible evidence that there's massive fraud on such a high level. Like, what are we even talking about?
That's what I want. I want peaceful resolution. I want them to just leave. Leave us alone. Leave our citizens alone. If not, I hope that we continue with what we've been doing, which is holding them accountable.
So you're going to continue to put yourself in danger and then cry when you're harmed by the police. Got it.
Keeping eyes on them, recording them.
Got it. You're going to keep harassing federal agents and putting yourself in danger just so you can complain about it later. Got it. When you get your eyes shot out by a pepper ball, don't cry on the interwebs about it because you're asking for it. Even I know better. My goodness.
Following them and making sure they're not hurting other people, other innocent people. That's what I want to have happen, is they need to be held accountable. And today,
if you want to help support today's rant, you can subscribe to my other channel, but you can also super chat me, or I think my PayPal's in the description. I'm not sure. Let me use the restroom real quick, okay? Well, actually, I don't have to pee that bad. Let me finish this response, and then I'll go.
I hope that our message is heard. Our message of get out. We no longer want you here. We never wanted you here in the first place.
That's the same message that the governor delivered earlier today, said that the Trump administration should remove all agents from Minnesota immediately. Is there anything more that you want to see from your
You're not in charge of the federal government, idiot.
state, your local leaders from the nominal opposition party in this country, the Democrats, in this moment?
I want them to actually do something. They're doing nothing. Ooh, we'll file a letter. Ooh, we'll sue in court. They're doing it. They're hurting us. Protect us. That's what you're supposed to be doing, but they're not protecting us. I can't say exactly what they should be doing because that's from them. But I want them to do something. Get out here. March with us. Have your agents stand by and keep things civil and supportive. Officers are obligated to hold other officers accountable and hold them to the law. What are they doing? They're not doing that.
What are they doing? They're responding to you imbeciles.
And we need to take actual action. He's doing nothing. He's standing.
You can tell these people have less than room temperature IQ because they're standing in Minnesota outside and it's like negative 30 degrees or something there. It's like it's like only negative 2 degrees where I'm at, and it's cold, bro. I had to turn up the heater in this house. Darwin Awards at its at its finest, my friends.
By doing nothing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time. Josh, before I let you go, is there anything else you would want to say while you had this platform?
Stay safe out there, everyone. Keep it peaceful where you can and keep yourself safe and stay warm.
You stay safe.
Don't assault police officers. Don't resist arrest. That's what he should say. Right? All right, I'm going to use the restroom, and then I think for the next segment, I'm going to search for Tim Walls's, because I'm sure Tim Walls has said something about this and said something absolutely retarded about it, because good old Tampon Tim, you know him. Yeah, guess what? 2026, I'm not using any filters on my language. I don't care anymore. I'm not going to say something that's absolutely over the line, but I'm tired of, like, keeping the kiddie brakes on just for the algorithm. That's dumb. If I see something and people are being retarded, I'm going to call it retarded because it's retarded. Anyways, let me use the restroom really quick and we'll look for Tampon Tim's response to all this nonsense. I took a cigarette break too. Sorry it took so long. Okay, let's stop listening to we'll get back to all the nonsense. Let's see if Tim Walz said anything. Why did... What the heck? Oh, it's with a Z. $67 degrees? That's crazy. Let's see what Tampon Tim has to say. Bro looks like a Muppet. Oh.
Thank you all for being here. I'll have a short statement, then I'll turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update the situation, joined here by Hennepin County Sheriff Witt, State Patrol Colonel, and General Menke, the Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard. Well, as I said last week, this federal occupation of Minnesota long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state.
Of course it is!
And today that campaign claimed another life.
Because why?
I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening.
Okay. It's sickening that it took 7 people because dude was resisting arrest.
But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last
Because guess what? They were trying to disarm that man.
word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period. Let me say something else, and this is critically important.
Here's the point, Tim Walz. You're not doing anything about it. Listen to what he just said.
Period. Let me say something else. Investigation. The state will handle it, period.
The state is not handling it, period. That's why federal immigration officers are there, is because the state government is not taking care of it. You're lying, and you know it. You haven't done much leering since Nick Shirley came and ruined your career, huh?
Let me say something else, and this is critically important. All of us understand what happened this morning and the tragedy of it, and my deepest sympathies to the family of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier.
Oh, wait. So now they're admitting that he did have a weapon, right? So all these people saying they unalived an unarmed man. Here's Tampon Tim saying, actually, no, he had a legal concealed firearm, but still had a firearm.
A lawful firearm, Minnesota resident, of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier. Something that I've been lectured to by Republicans for decades. It is not only your right, it's your duty.
Guess what? Everybody knows that Mr. J always has his blicky right here. People have seen me do nothing too wild on stream, but you know, I have my shoulder holster always right here. So if I ever have that with me and I'm out and about and I have an interaction with a police officer, first thing I do is I show them my hands. And when they ask me, well, why are you showing me your hands? It's because I have a weapon here. I let them know. And I don't make any moves because I know better. I'm not stupid. Show them my hands. They ask, why are you showing your hands? I go, I have a weapon. And I go, and I give them a choice, and it's up to them. I go, I can move the firearm, or you can reach in and you can for now secure the weapon. It's not that hard to just follow instructions.
We know that the potential to further inflame tensions is high, and to Minnesotans, there's a difference. We want calm and peace and normalcy back to our lives. They want chaos. We cannot and we will not give them what they want by meeting violence.
Like, take for example, you all know I'm a professional photographer, so say most of you know I'm a professional photographer. Now, if I went to Minnesota, say to cover the riots, right? And I was there as press, let's say, I would not carry, well, that's wrong. That's I was going to say something, but I was going to say, but I wouldn't be, carrying, but that's a lie, because in a situation where there's a bunch of, there's thousands of left-wing weirdos, yeah, I'm going to want to be protected. But if the cops started, like, getting on me about something, first thing I'd tell them is, like, look, I'm armed. If you want to take this or secure it while we're talking, I'm just letting, like, I know. I can talk till I'm blue in the face, and these idiots won't get it, but whatever. I'm just going to let it run.
With violence. Minnesota and our local law enforcement, as you have seen, have done everything possible to de-escalate.
Shut up. You have not. You're lying to people. Still lying.
Local media has reported extensively on the cooperation to de-escalate this situation. Donald Trump, I call on you once again. Remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence.
No, they're not.
We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on these frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesotans, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faith packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart.
What?
Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully. It must stay that way, Minnesota. Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence.
Golden Zebra, hello, welcome. Everybody, this is my mod, Golden Zebra. Golden Zebra, I'm yelling a lot today, just warning you. Mr. J's first stream back for the new year. He's a little upset about what's going on in his country, but yeah. But welcome, I missed you.
For the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible for this. They're helping their neighbors, they're walking their kids to school, they're feeding families. I salute their courage and their restraint, and I call on all Americans to see the decency that this state is exhibiting and the horrific cruelty, unprofessional, absolute abomination that is passing for what these ICE agents are doing on our streets.
What are you talking about?
They think they can provoke us into abandoning our values. Well, they're dead wrong.
What values? The Quality Learning Center? All of the Somali fraud? What are you talking about, Tim Walz? So dishonest.
We'll keep the peace, we'll secure the justice with our neighbors, and we'll see this occupation ends. Minnesotans and Minnesota law enforcement that continuously is being denigrated by this administration will continue to be the adults in the room, the professionals in the room, the decent human beings in the room that will keep the peace. With this, I'd like to turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update you on the situation as we know it. Thanks, Bob.
More lies incoming.
Thank you, Governor. I'm Bob Jacobson, Commissioner of Public Safety for the Department of Public Safety, and again, it's my honor to serve in that position. A man was shot and killed this morning in Minneapolis.
Tell the whole story now.
I want to pause and remember what cannot get lost in this moment. A man died.
Correct.
His family and friends are feeling unimaginable heartbreak and trauma.
Yeah, correct.
And I know Minnesotans and I know our community will rally around this man's family and friends to support him. I also understand clearly that people are upset. They're scared, they're confused, and I want to assure you that
Did the thousands of people I just showed you, did they look like they were afraid? No.
this state's public safety officials and our local law
On today's episode of Yo, chat, you are being diabolical today. I love it. Oh, I missed you, chat.
law enforcement partners are doing everything in our power to get answers, to help return a sense of normalcy back to our communities. You have the right to demonstrate peacefully. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and a desire to be heard. But
Does anybody think it's weird that the lady doing the sign language, which I think is fine, that's totally fine. People that you know, are deaf, you know, they deserve to know what's going on. I just always thought it was kind of weird when they made all the like expressive faces while they're signing. It just like it weirds me out.
please remain peaceful. And I want to say it again that because it is important and it is critical. Peacefully demonstrate. By doing so,
Like even people who aren't deaf don't make that many facial features. People who can hear regularly don't make that many facial features while they're talking. Why does this lady need to make so many facial features while she's signing?
so you help local authorities to get answers. You help us to do our investigations. By remaining peaceful, you help ensure nobody else may be killed or injured. The thousands and thousands of people who gathered yesterday in Minneapolis prove that Minnesotans can make their voices heard peacefully, and they can do so without violence, and they can do so without destruction. And state resources are available and ready to support our local law enforcement partners as requested. And those resources include the Minnesota State Patrol, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and the Minnesota National Guard. With that, we'll stand for questions.
Ken Durrell with KARE 11. Governor, you've made this request before. Is there any reason to believe that it will be answered differently? Have you had any conversations with the president, with the federal government, and is there any indication that they are going to pull out or back down?
No.
Well, I spoke twice this morning, shortly after I received the call of this shooting. I spoke with the President's Chief of Staff, and first request was to get her people out of there, to get these federal agents out of there. They were going to cause more chaos. And second call is, with no uncertain terms, that we will investigate this. We will not be stonewalled. What we've already seen, and you saw it this morning, before any investigation is done, you have the most powerful people in the federal government spinning stories and putting up pictures, and unrelated people who we don't know anything about.
What are you talking about? All they've done is shown the video from 3 different angles and shown a picture of the 9mm. What are you talking about?
And a picture of a firearm to try and spin a narrative. And I ask.
Spin a narrative? What are you talking about? Wait. Do we have to bring it up again? Mr. Walls, how about this? Is this made up? This must be AI, right, Tim Walls? That must be AI, right? Must be. This SIG, this 9mm SIG Sauer is just a figment of our imaginations, according to Tim Walls. Get the frick out of here with that garbage ass.
Americans, this will end when enough Americans say this will end. Do I have any confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing? No, I don't have a lot of confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing.
Shut up. This is about
I do
Trump.
have a lot of confidence that the majority of the American people will do the right thing. And I think there cannot be very many people across this country looking right now, after all the reporting that's been done, after everything that's been said, under the pretense that they are here about immigration reform, and quit referring to these people as law enforcement. They are not law enforcement. We have law enforcement who do an incredible job.
No, they don't. You have local law enforcement who don't do their jobs, and you tell them to actively not do their jobs. You tell them to actively not help federal law enforcement and to impede. You instruct your own people to impede federal law enforcement. You complete fool. Incompetent.
And to listen to Greg Bovino denigrate the work of our people who are out there cleaning up their mess. No, I don't have a lot of confidence that he himself will do it, but here's what I do have confidence in. There's a whole lot of Republicans, for whatever reason, cannot find their spine. But they might find the ability to know that they're not going to win another election as long as they live, unless they stand up for what's right and stand up.
Ha! It's stuff like this that wins elections, sir.
For the rule of law and stand.
Everybody who voted for Donald Trump voted for this. What did Donald Trump run on? Deporting illegals, right? Close down the border, and deport illegals. That's what he ran on. This is what people voted for. Idiot.
Up for human decency, and that's the moment.
So then, just a follow-up, because then if that is not the case, what are the people of Minnesota supposed to do who are in the middle?
No, they're bringing in water cannons next, hopefully. LOL, he's not a very smart person, DJT. Yeah. In all 7 swing states.
Right now, because if they do Stonewall and you're trying to investigate, is that...
And like I said, Trump ran on this, closing the border and deporting illegals. Like, this is what 51% or whatever you said voted for. And in all 7 swing states and the popular vote and everything else, this is, people knew what they were getting into. So this is asinine at this point.
Force
no,
on force.
Question. And look, I speaking to the people of Minnesota right now, I hear that scream from you.
Even my chat is smarter than you idiots. My chat's calling out these dumb answers and these dumb questions as well. Thank you, chat.
And I'll continue to plead and ask you for peace. And I know the answer is you ask us for peace and we give it, and we get shot in the face on the streets coming out of a donut shop. We cannot give them what they want.
Wait, shot in the face after getting what are you talking about?
The answer is you ask us for peace and we give it, and we get shot in the face on the streets coming out of a donut shop.
What is he talking about? Is that the narrative they're trying to spin on this dude who had the weapon earlier? It might have happened near a donut shop. I don't know, but what are you talking about, Tim Walls? It's got tampons on the brain. Okay, I'll stop.
We cannot give them what they want. I don't know how to say this in so many terms to watch the madness that we've witnessed over this last week coming out of the White House and what it's doing here. My confidence is, and I say it to Minnesotans, as I've said, exercise your First Amendment rights, speak out, bear witness and document legally. But I understand the risk in that, and I understand the courage that it takes to have people out there doing this. Thank God we have video, because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people.
A what?
Because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something.
And you can tell now that I wasn't being hyperbolic, that I was fair. I did say there was like 5 or 7 agents that did try to disarm the man, but if you look at the video, it took 7 agents because the dude was resisting and he had a weapon.
It's nonsense, people. It is nonsense and it's lies.
Nope,
so my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are. The American public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough. Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
Governor Carolyn Cummings, WCCO, either you or Commissioner Davidson speak to the fact that you talk about you don't trust the federal government to handle this investigation. We know with the Renee Good shooting, BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence. Has there been any suggestion that BCA is not allowed to do this investigation? Do you have officers on the ground doing the investigation right now?
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA have attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out?
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely.
Why don't they have enough resources? I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with what happened in Minneapolis in 2020.
And we had to leave that scene because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those.
Because you're underpowered, and you have bad leadership, and you don't have enough officers! It's not rocket science! Idiot! 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 That's why the federal government is here. Fucking idiots. Sorry for the cursing. I'll say other bad words. You guys know I don't like cursing for the most part.
In the public and the safety of our teams, we were.
But this pisses me off. It's blatant dishonesty.
Able to get there.
Coming from the people you would hope to be honest with you, you know.
But at that time, we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene.
Unless but instead you have a weirdo with an obscene amount of tattoos. Little old me. Screaming at a screen saying, "You're lying!" People in chat are saying, "You're lying!" They're very bad at leering, obviously. They never leer.
Investigation. I can't talk any more about those details.
If not either DHS nor state officials right now.
We'll have more on that, but the BCA is engaged and involved, and we are working at the request of the Minneapolis Police Department on this, on the scene and in this investigation. So we are there, we're available. We want to make sure that we continue to work on this and engage with our federal law enforcement, but at this point, we don't have anything more to share about the crime scene. Again, we were not able to hold it. We wanted to make sure and keep people safe. But federal law enforcement left the scene and left us there.
Governor Ernesto, within your time, have you activated the National Guard? I noted that Sherwood Ridge
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the...
Get fucked! I'm so tired of this. Lies!
Anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course...
And the only reason why I'm doing this on stream is so I can call out the lies. Now, like I've said at the beginning, I'm not left or right. I don't believe in identity politics. I think it's stupid. I didn't vote for Donald Trump. Do I lean right? Probably people would consider me leaning right because I'm Catholic. I believe in, traditional Christian values, traditional family values, traditional family gender roles, things that are not out of this world, right? But if I see someone on the right do something stupid, I'm gonna talk smack about it just as bad as if someone on the left does something stupid. However, the left is more inclined to doing something stupid more often. Case in point, this nonsense. And instead of me screaming at my phone while I'm watching this garbage, I might as well put it on the interwebs, because y'all watch me do just about everything else except for, this is just stuff I watch when I'm not on stream. So if I start watching the stuff, anyways, I'm here to give facts about what the actual situation is, rather than just what the spin or the narrative that certain people are trying to put on it. That's all.
State Patrol of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
To be clear, Governor, activated is different than having them stay.
Yeah.
So the question...
What happened? Did it freeze? YouTube saw my beautiful hair and just froze?
Is what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriffs to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Can you say how many are now deployed?
I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now, and I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the resources to meet the requests.
Notice I'm not interrupting the good general here. Do you want to know why I'm not interrupting the good general here? It's because when you're a soldier in the Army, in the United States Army, I'm only talking about, obviously, you're held to a different standard than a civilian is. Certain things, whether you believe them or not, certain things you just don't talk about while in uniform. You always have to have military bearing. You have to have respect for the uniform, and you need to keep your opinions out of it, which he is, which is good. He has good military bearing. And so, yeah, he's doing a really good job. He's staying on point. He's saying, I'm not going to talk about this because of OPSEC, probably InfoSec as well. But, yeah, he's the good general's good in my book.
We have. I would note on this one, too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because they are incurring the costs that are falling on us by their
you can't do that, sir.
Reckless actions. Yes, sir.
Jeff David, Minnesota Special Media. You alluded to this earlier, but are you rejecting the narrative that has been presented by federal officials that this man, this 37-year-old citizen of Minneapolis, posed a threat to these agents? And are you rejecting the idea that he played some role with his weapon in leading to?
I'm rejecting.
So the question is a good question. He's like, so are you rejecting, the guy basically asked, are you rejecting the narrative that he had a weapon and that he was dangerous and blah, blah, blah? He's probably going to say, he's probably going to say, yeah, I reject the orange man's narrative, blah, 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 tampons in boys' locker rooms.
The idea that he played some role with his weapon in leading to.
I'm rejecting the rush to judgment within 15 minutes of this, which they did last time. That's why you need to.
It's been hours! This happened this morning. I didn't even start streaming until after 12. What are you talking about? What are we talking about? This happened hours ago.
Have a fair investigation, and that's why a video can show one thing, but what happened beforehand. But they already will slander this individual. They've already made this the case, and I will just say you will all start to see it, and some of you probably have. There's multiple angles of this, and I'll go.
Bro, I'm gonna call a cop right now, and I'm gonna say, sir, with all due respect, sir, I got a question. I know the answer, but I want to do it on my stream so people know it's a thing. And he's going to say, what's up, Mr. J? And I'm going to be like, only my stream can call me Mr. J, but I'll be like, what's up, Mr. J? I'll be like, hypothetically, if you try to detain me and I have a weapon, I don't tell you I have said weapon. But I'm legally carrying it, concealed, everything else. If you go to detain me, what's the first thing you ask? And I already know the answer because I know what they ask. They say, do you have any weapons on you? Or do you have anything that's gonna stab me, prick me, or poke me? Because they don't want to get stuck by a needle or a knife, because a needle could have like a drug or worse, some kind of sort of bodily fluids. They ask if you have a weapon, and they ask if you can be stabbed or pointed. If I called a cop right now and said, okay, well, what if you ask me that and you go to try to like detain me, and you see that I have a weapon that I didn't tell you about, and then I resist arrest. That cop is going to say, well, one, if you start resisting arrest and you have a weapon on you, we're going to think you're a much bigger threat than you were if you didn't have the... Why am I even explaining this? It's common sense!
Go back to what we talked about before. They're telling you not to trust your eyes and ear, not to trust the facts that you're seeing in front of them. And at some point in time, you're reporting, and I think the reporting
like
this week has been spectacular across across Minnesota.
Don't believe your lying eyes, he
says. There's not two sides
says.
to every story, but in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair...
Don't believe your lying eyes, Tim Walz says.
...investigation, understanding what's happening, and held accountable. We continue to hear, and we heard it from the Vice President, that these folks can do whatever they want. They can have full immunity. And what I'm telling you is they will not. There will be justice to Minnesotans. Continue to gather the information. So I won't say where it is because I think it's irresponsible to make that judgment. But what I see with my eyes and what you're going to see with your eyes, makes that pretty hard to believe. And I would imagine as a federal officer, they would have come out and sounded like these professionals sound and say, we need to gather the information, we need to gather all the facts, we need to put them forward, and then we can make some informed decision based on the fact. They've written the narrative already. And the audacity to critique the police chief of Minneapolis after what work that those heroic officers are trying to do, and to be critiqued by this guy, I mean, I don't know, I've said it a lot.
Breaking news. Governor Walz says we will prosecute ICE agents. You do not have the power or the clout, to be quite honest, sir. You're a disgraced mayor of a failing city and state. You had your career destroyed by a 22-year-old. You stopped your bid for re-election because of what Nick Shirley uncovered, and you're still not leering from your situation, you imbecile.
But America, as you're listening, enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Sorry, my nose itches. I didn't want you guys to think I was picking my nose or anything.
Of this, end this, end this. And we see them moving to Maine. If you're in Boston, you're in Chicago, you're in Philly, you're in Miami, it doesn't matter. We can't live like this. Our children are in trauma. A 5-year-old, you saw the picture, the bunny hat and the Spider-Man. These are not like some narrative to throw around, to parade around in some coat you had made and act like you're a tough guy or whatever. These are people's lives.
What's he
and we
talking
have
about?
rule of law. So I'll let the investigation play itself out. We will do our best to find it. But I don't know, you kill a man and then you just leave your law enforcement, you just leave him. Is there a single case in American history where you just like walk away and say, I guess that just happened and we're not going to clean up our mess? I'm proud of Minnesotans. I'm proud of law enforcement here and our partners, and we'll get to the bottom of it. I think we have time.
Why don't you clean up the mess that's happening on your streets right now? Instead of telling people to put themselves in more danger. He just said, he's like, hey, go out there and peacefully protest. Yesterday there were 10,000 of them out there. They peacefully protested. Go do it some more. Yeah, Tim Walz, keep telling your people to put themselves in danger. You complete idiot. He's like unintentionally pouring like lighter fluid on the fire, right? Pouring fuel on the flames. Or it might be intentionally, I don't know.
For another one. So, yes, ma'am.
Brittany Number with the Channel 5. ICE commander just said in a press conference with Amy Howard that they're calling on state and local law enforcement to, quote, help coordinate to get violent criminals off the street. What's your response to that, please?
I'm better off to let these guys, the professionals. I have my thoughts.
So the question was, what are we doing to assist federal law enforcement on getting violent criminals off the street, if I understand the question?
Yes, Greg Louino said that in the press conference. He was calling on state and local law enforcement. So what is your response to that?
Chat says, do not bring your children to a protest. Oh my gosh, so true, chat. I can't read that. I have to put it on the other screen. Sorry. Mickey McCat. I'm probably saying that wrong. I'm so sorry. That's a good point, because when I saw people bringing their kids to protests, I was like, what are you doing? Because what Mickey said is not out of line. There are people bringing kids to the protests, which those people should have their children taken from them. That's I do not know one sane person He's reframing the narrative in order to rally his devotees. Oh, I know he is. He's sensationalizing. You're absolutely right. But those people who bring their kids to a protest should have their kids taken from them for sure. Or CPS should at least like visit them, because That's putting your kids in. You're already putting yourself in danger. Why put your kid in danger? That's crazy. I wouldn't bring my cat to a protest, wherever she might be.
State and local law enforcement are always ready and willing and.
If Apollo was still alive, I would have brought him to the protest, because you guys remember how big that baby boy was. I don't need a weapon when that big boy was still alive.
Able to arrest violent offenders. We do not stand down from that, no matter where we get that information from. If there are violent offenders or violent criminals or violent crimes, we will investigate and we'll bring those to justice. If the federal government would like to work with us, to continue to work with us as they have in the past, to locate those violent offenders, we are always open to those discussions and always willing to assist. We do not ignore that. We are ready and able, and we do that. All of you as part of the media hear us arresting violent offenders all the time. We have not stood down. That is our mission. The federal government is not alone in arresting violent offenders. State and local law enforcement.
I was going to look something up, and now I just forgot, because he started to say something that I was like, what?
In the media hear us arresting violent offenders all the time. We have not stood down. That is our mission. The federal government is not alone in arresting violent offenders.
Okay.
State and local law enforcement does that every day.
Right, but you're not doing it effectively, so yes, you are having help from the federal government. Why is it so hard to admit that? The fact is you're completely undermanned, undertrained, and you cannot get the situation under control on your own. Combine that with the Nick Shirley expose.
Great risk to their life, at great risk to the community.
No one's saying that local law enforcement does not put their life at risk every day. We understand that, guy. All we're saying is you guys are doing a bad job at it and you need help, and that's why federal law enforcement is there, you idiot.
We do it because we want a safe Minnesota, and the federal government is not the only one to do that.
But they are helping.
Thank you.
Is that the end?
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
But respectfully, I'm confused.
Who said that?
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
But respectfully, I'm confused.
Thank you. I'm here.
Oh, is that guy?
Respectfully, I'm confused.
Yep, I'll try and clear up this confusion.
Commissioner Jacobson said that he said, they were at the scene, but then they had to leave the scene so they couldn't secure it.
Correct.
BCA tweets half an hour ago, our agents and crime scene personnel attempted to access the location but were blocked by DHS.
Correct.
So, but that doesn't really align with what he said.
No, it absolutely does. How it aligns is we were at.
He's trying to gaslight her. She goes, what he said and what actually happened doesn't make sense. And he goes, it makes completely sense. Let me tell you why. And she's like, huh? Listen, he actively gaslights this lady after she says it doesn't add up. She said his framing doesn't make sense. And he goes, it makes complete sense. Let me tell you what. Let me gaslight. What the frick?
Correct.
BCA tweets half an hour ago, our agents and crime scene personnel attempted to access the location but were blocked by DHS.
Correct.
So did you hear what she said? So what she says is local law enforcement, I guess, put out on Twitter that they tried to secure the crime scene, local law enforcement did, but they were blocked by DHS. And what she's saying is that doesn't add up because Tim Walz just said to us that they made a mess and then just left us to get it cleaned up. And she's like, but that's not even, that doesn't make sense. And he goes, it makes complete sense. Gaslights her on live TV, bro.
So, but that doesn't really align with what he said.
No, it absolutely does.
No, it absolutely does.
We were at the scene, we weren't on the scene. We were not allowed to be on the scene to process the scene as the BCA usually does.
Okay, so
that's as much as I would say about the
this
investigation.
tweet carries the
Correct.
clarity, this
Correct.
is correct. That
Correct.
They were, the DHS blocked them from accessing the scene.
The BCA was not allowed to access the scene. So we were at the scene, we were not allowed to be on the scene in order to process it.
See, we weren't allowed. So she's right. It doesn't. His framing doesn't make sense. His narrative doesn't make sense, and he goes, "Of course, it makes complete sense. Here's why: because they blocked us from going into the scene." That's what the lady just said. What are we talking about? Is there more? But wait, there's more. It's this one, right? What the heck? Bro! Oh. Wait, that's not, okay, I thought something else happened. Here, let's go to this.
Kristi Noem, she is set to speak here at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to bring that to you as well without commercial interruption. In the meantime, I do want to head back out to our Fox Minneapolis team as they are in continuous coverage.
He has to say.
Protesters standing, barricading, and protecting ICE, tear gassing and macing.
You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Look who they're interviewing. That's all I'm going to say.
Protesters who are not violent, who are not harming anyone, that are visibly upset, and rightfully so. They've seen one of our neighbors again getting murdered, and so we need to stop.
You like how they say the M word? Sorry, I can't say that word on YouTube. I'll get in trouble. But they use the unaliving word, you know, the M word. That no one was. I'll just say it because whatever. No one was murdered. What are you talking about?
Seeing our law enforcement targeting protesters and instead go after those agents that have been murdering our neighbors.
Where do we end? When does this end? What do you, crystal ball?
Anything, and he's trying to give full immunity to these rogue agents. And what I'm trying to say is, now that we know, and we've been knowing he's not going to listen, it's up to local, state, and county leaders to.
Rogue agents.
Anything else?
Thank you so much.
Coming from a Somalian.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
A local leader, state lawmaker, ran for Minneapolis mayor that Kelly O'Connell was just talking to at the.
All right, I don't think there's anything going on important yet or crazy. Let me check some other things. Because there's a couple other things I wanted to talk about probably today. Apparently we have Minnesota, which is right here, or maybe it's right here. No, I think it's right here. Minnesota. It says Minnesota. It says Minnesota, Portland, Los Angeles, New York City ICE protests, multicam coverage. But wait, this is in Minnesota right here though also. It looks like all these are Minnesota.
Thanks, buddy. You good? Need help down, man? Or okay, man. All right.
Look at these young engineers and scientists. Get out of here. I'm done with this. I'm not one of those people who can sit here and watch something that's just rage baiting myself watching a stupid protest. I don't even know what they're protesting. I don't even know what they're protesting. Aw, Lena B got a Lesby light stick. An SB19, a Lesby. Aw, I'm so jealous. Yes, I subscribe to her. She's awesome.
Doesn't feel right, sort of have to. We're 4 hours after this, since 5 hours after the incident happened, and we're scrutinizing it by the pixel on the ground here. It doesn't feel right in my gut, but it is our duty to show people at home what we've gathered and what the evidence shows.
And it is really hard to watch. We're watching right now a man lose his life. And we do have new information to that. We have now confirmed that the man who was shot was ICU nurse Alex Preddy, and that is confirmed by his parents. And to his parents, I am so sorry for your loss. Regardless of the circumstances, to lose a child is the most horrific thing. But we can now confirm that the victim who was shot in this situation was Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse.
So what? It doesn't matter what his job was. What did Mickey say earlier? Like, good people doesn't mean they can't do. Good people doesn't. A good person doesn't necessarily mean that they can't do bad things or something, I think is what you said, Mickey.
From Minneapolis, an American citizen, according to Chief Brian O'Hara.
Well.
Jojo Johnson, thank you for the
detainers, and that they have been doing that. To make a 4 hours after this
and we do have new shot and two stances to a shot can citizen.
Well.
Okay, I just wanted to see where he went. It's a BG on the streets. see these kids just walking? You see that? Well, to be fair, they could be just very short adults. Never mind. Because this lady's very, very tiny and she looks like an adult, so I could have been wrong.
I know they've got medics at Lambda.
2026 is gonna be a wild one, people. Lock in, boys and girl, because it's gonna get crazy. I told my brother before the first of the year, I'll call him on the phone right now to prove that I said this, but I go, because he started his own YouTube channel, which I'll tell to you guys later, but you guys should go subscribe to him. He's a lot more calm than me. So if you want a calmer version of me, then you can go watch his YouTube show. Plus, he's better at speaking about things about like this. He's more calm and collected about it. Whereas I'm just like, get fucked, you know, like he's not like that. But what's funny is, anyway, so he was starting his YouTube channel at the beginning of the year, right? I think he only has like 4 videos out, which is cool. I watch his videos. But I told him, like, hey, you better hurry up. It's about to be 2026. And he's like, so? And I'm like, well, 2026 is about to be wild. And he goes, what do you mean? I go, well, I can guarantee you things in Minneapolis are going to get crazy. And he goes, what do you mean? I go, they're going to try to push a George Floyd 2.0 type situation to where it's fiery but mostly peaceful sometime in 2026. And they're going to start going crazy in Minneapolis. And he's like, how do you know? And I'm like, it's just a guess. Look, we're 24 days in, right? Yeah, 24 days in. This is happening. Also, it's going to be a crazy year because it's what? An election year. That's right, boys and girls. It's an election year. Which means politicians are going to get crazy. On both sides. On both sides. But both sides are going to get crazy because everybody wants House control and everyone wants Senate control. All right, Robert, have a good day. Be safe. Don't be an idiot like these people. I love you. We're going to have a good year. But this is, you should subscribe to my brother's channel, too. He has some of the same mannerisms as me, I've noticed. What was I saying? Sorry, I got distracted by the chat. It happens. Oh, I don't even remember what I was saying. Oh, my brother has a channel, and so I told him that there was something crazy was gonna happen, but in Minneapolis, which happened right away, which is crazy. You know, I even told my therapist that, and then when I had an appointment like last week, she's like, "How did you know things were gonna get crazy this year in Minnesota?" I go, "It's the nature of the beast, people." But no, it's also going to get crazy this year because it's an election year. Everybody, both the left and the right, want power of the House and the Senate. Because if excuse me. Because if the Senate, if the Republicans lose the Senate, then no. If the Republicans lose the House, Don't forget to write your brother's channel in the description. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll do that. Thanks. And maybe I'll put it here. No. Oh, I have this. I have it right here. Here's the name of it, and here's the link. That's my big brother's YouTube channel, everybody. My older brother. Actually, he has 6 videos. So go subscribe to my older brother. He likes being a YouTuber and he needs more subscribers. Anyways, if the Democrats could gain control of the House, it basically means nothing for the next 2 years is going to get done. Let me tell you why. Well, I don't have to tell to the people who don't, I'll just say to the people who don't know. If the Democrats gain control of the House, right? If they gain, I think it's like 5 seats, I think maybe, then they can just basically make a stalemate out of anything and everything that goes to get passed. They can hold up bills, they can hold up laws from being passed, they can hold up everything. As long as the Democrats are in control of one of the House, either the House or the Senate, if they take control of one of those, they can just throw a wrench in anything the Republicans who are currently in power, and they can just, and they'll go crazy and just try to impeach Trump 30,000 times like they did last time, which they won't be successful in, but it will waste a lot of time where nothing gets done. So anyways, I told my brother to start a YouTube channel because he likes to talk about like current events and stuff like that. And so I told him, I was like, well, you need to start one this year because this year's going to get crazy. Because let me tell you, politicians say wild shit during election years because it's serious business. Shine your light detailing. What is up, brother? We've just been talking about how Minnesota and the United States is frickin' cooked right now.
Shut it down! Shut it down! Oh, you're one.
Yeah, it looks like there are like teenagers in this group, like young people. That's not safe, bro.
Crazy, so I can get a picture for you. Come on!
Happy 2026, shine your light. How was your Christmas and your New Year? I hope it was good. Are they saying strike? None of you have jobs anyways. I spent almost half a century in that area and know a little too much. Oh, so you know about the Leering Center? You know about all the leering that they do in Minnesota?
I do not want to see my grandma fucking cry just because I didn't get the passport. Are we U.S. citizens? Do we have licenses?
A mass strike and workers' mobilization to stop ICE terror? How is a mass strike of the workers going to stop ICE? That doesn't make sense. True. Chat is so funny today. Cough, cough. Being a paid protester is a job. Cough, cough. True. Oh, man. Chat is being diabolical today. First thing someone said this morning was, they're still not leering, or they still haven't leered anything, and I was like, I haven't been there, but I understand how laws got passed that open up possibility of extreme. Oh, yeah, the Somalis, right?
If they can do this to us with cameras,
Yeah, but back when you were there, Shine, because you said you haven't been there for a while or whatever, right? I forgot what I was gonna say. Sorry, I keep getting like sidetracked by the funny things that Oh, what I was gonna say is, if you haven't been there in a while, like probably it wasn't as retarded. Because it's being run by a bunch of retards, and that's not being mean. That's just the truth, you know. You got Tampon Tim. You know, what's that lady's name? The Minnesota Congresswoman, Ilhan Omar. You have her. She's useless. She married her brother, allegedly. And then who's that other dumb guy? He's like, I think he's like, just... Because you have the mayor of Minnesota, which is Tim Walz, but the Minneapolis mayor, I think, is someone different. Jacob Fry. He's just as retarded as everyone else in that leadership. Yeah, that's what I said too. I said it's already like -7, -8, and it's only gonna get worse. These people aren't doing anything though. Let's see if I can find something more upbeat. We've been watching some depressing stuff for about 3 hours. I'm gonna keep this open. Why wouldn't it go over?
That was fine. Today, as a result of what's happened, some changes. Fest, which is always a big event for fans to come and meet the players and management and get excited about the upcoming baseball season. They went ahead and they wrapped up and they closed things down today.
And even some smaller situations.
Open as people keep coming in and out of the business too. So if you're standing over there looking over here, this is where that video that has been circulating social media, and in 2026 people see those videos very quick and bring people to the streets. We talked to a few today that said, and this is actually all throughout our coverage of Operation Metro Surge, a common theme I found, guys, is many people have told me that they have never been one to, quote, protest. And they now feel the need to come out here. And even one man that we spoke with today.
When are you going to do some Mission Souls reactions? I don't know. I haven't done any reactions to any music this year. I've been kind of I kind of took a month-long break. Let's see what they've been up to. They probably have like 5. The last one I watched, I think, was the Guns N' Roses one, or maybe it was the Ice Slipknot video. But let me check them out. I'm gonna leave. Well, no, I don't need to leave this up. I probably missed like 10 of their videos. Do they have a whole bunch of... Oh, I'm so afraid to look. They probably have like 10 videos. Oh my gosh, there's like 1,000 of them. Ate Naces turned 17. Aw. Do we have a... Is her birthday close to mine? Happy birthday, Naces. Yay. Bro. Oh. Yeah, the last thing I've done was Sweet Child O' Mine, the Guns N' Roses one. There's like 15 videos. Roll It in the Deep by Adele. Happy birthday, Ice. Ice's birthday was on November 21st. Wood by Alice in Chains. Hosanna by Hillsong United. TNT by AC/DC. Missions. What the heck, dude? Nace's was December 31st. Nace's birthday is what day before me? Yo, next year or this upcoming birthday, it's gonna be my this year's New Year's resolution is me and Naces are gonna celebrate our birthday on the same day on stream. I don't know how that works. I'll have to call her on like Zoom or something, right? I don't know how that works. But I'm gonna have Naces on I'm gonna try to have Naces because the Mission Souls family, they've commented on my videos before, so they know who Mr. J is. So because my birthday's January 1st, New Year's Day. So me and Naces, we're gonna celebrate our birthdays together this year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm behind 18 videos. They have 18 videos. Actually, there's more because there was some before that I missed. But no, yeah, I'm gonna get a hold of Naces and the family and be like, hey, I just found out your birthday's like the same day as mine, basically. No, but we'll have Mission Souls on the show soon. All love Hosanna. I love everything they do. City of Minneapolis to hold news conference. When is that? Sorry, I'm looking at headlines while I'm looking at the Mission Souls catalog. There's like 18 videos of Mission Souls that I'm behind on. That's Fox 9. Wait, is this the same thing?
It must stay that way, Minnesota. Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence for the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible for this.
Yeah, we already watched that retard talk. Go follow my brother's channel. Oh, geez, what? Did I miss something? Kristi Noem holds a press conference. Oh, at 4 o'clock Eastern. Wait. It is 4 o'clock Eastern right now. Or what are you talking about? It's almost 5 o'clock Eastern. It's about to be 4 Central. What are you talking about? You know, OG's listening to that crazy governor. Oh yeah, Tampon Tim, he's useless. I was gonna come on here and talk crap about a lot of people, but I'm gonna refrain because the Sisters of Mission Souls just lost their, not Mission Souls, sorry, of Fourth Impact just lost their father. So I am not a perfect person, but I'm a good enough person that I know when to read the situation. And there was no way I was going to talk smack about them online during this tough time in their life. Well, I was going to come on here and talk smack about a lot of people, but Fourth Impact was one of the people I was going to talk smack about. And it's just not appropriate in this situation yet. I got to give them time to mourn and heal before. I got all year to talk smack. Even I know now is not the time. No!
any word that the Chief O'Hara will be part of this briefing, but it'll be interesting to get their take, especially Senator Klobuchar, who is a Washington veteran who prides herself on being able to work across the aisle. It'll be interesting to see if she has been able to reach anybody in the Trump administration. When we heard Governor Walz speak earlier, he said that he had spoken with the Chief of Staff, President Trump's Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff is Susie Wiles, who is very close to the president, so that's about as close as you can get without speaking to him. But it'll be interesting to see if there's been any kind of dialogue there. I also think one of the interesting things that has emerged is that statement from the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus, which you had earlier on the air, which this is a group that represents thousands and thousands of Minnesota gun owners, who said that they did not see any evidence of the man approaching or threatening officers with a gun. I also can tell you that there's a top law enforcement official that I did speak to, and he told me that they are going over all the video and they're not seeing a gun in the hand. It doesn't mean that he may have had a gun in the hand. We're still in the very early stages of this, but that's something that they're really...
What are you talking about? They have pictures of the weapon. It's a 9mm Sig Sauer. What do you mean? There's pictures of it on the interwebs. Do a Google search and you can find it. He didn't allegedly have a weapon. He had a 9mm Sig Sauer with 2 magazines because I saw the weapon. Actually, let's just bring it up. Let's just bring it up. Boom! There it is. Oh no, that's just AI. No, it's not. Look at all the Sig tags all over it, even on the site. Give me a break. That's not the right one.
Pouring over to see where was the gun and did he have his hand on it. But that's something that they've learned right now. But we're waiting now for Mayor Frey and the senators to come. It'll be interesting to see who goes first, Kristi Noem or the senators and Mayor Frey, or if they'll even occur at the same time.
Esme, you know, there's usually some discussion and coordination about that. I mean...
Oh, Jacob Frey is going to talk?
You know, we were talking to
absolutely each other together. Certainly, Senator Klobuchar knows Governor Noem. I think, you know, you're.
Why do they keep bringing up Amy Klobuchar? She's useless.
We have to wonder if there hasn't been some kind of dialogue or an attempt to have dialogue. It sounds like all attempts to share.
Amy Klobuchar's a senator for Washington. What does she have to do with Minnesota?
Though, have been completely blocked. Drew Evans, the head of the BCA, saying not only were his agents turned back when they tried to get into the scene, but then they came back with a warrant and they still weren't allowed to be on the scene. The scene being a street, a public street, but busy street, I might add, in Minneapolis. So,
which is it? Is it what you just said, lady? That they stayed after the incident? And they didn't let it in? They didn't let the local people in? Or was it what Tim Walz said? That they just did the thing, and his exact words were, left us local people to pick up the pieces. And then this lady is saying exactly, this might be the same lady, I don't know, but this lady's saying the same thing. That the reporter asked the guy, and he's like gaslit her right on public or on live TV. She was like, that doesn't make sense, and he's like, don't listen to your lying eyes. I said what I said. She was like, that doesn't add up, and he's like, or that doesn't make sense, and he's like, it makes perfect sense.
Clock news conference, we'll see.
Yeah, well, we're really curious to hear that, Esme. Not only just from the sacredity of station on this thing.
And Esme, you've covered politics for so many years. Is it your sense right now that support of this Minneapolis-based operation is falling along party lines for the most part?
You know, I think actually this I think initially it might have been along party line support for the operation, but CBS News had a poll saying while the majority of Americans supported President Trump's deportation policies, over 60% said that they were opposed to what ICE tactics are happening on the ground here. So I think that's very important. And I also think that this is permeated, you know, well beyond sort of Minneapolis, which is obviously known as a Democratic and very liberal stronghold. It's also got...
It's not 60% of people. I'll say it's maybe the opposite. It's probably 46 or 60-40, 60%. Because at least 51% of people voted for this, so...
Gotten into the suburbs. I think you saw... 15,000, maybe 20,000 people marching in the streets of Minneapolis yesterday.
In all 7 swing states.
There were people there from the suburbs as well. And this has also hit the suburbs. There have been these arrests in Bloomington, in suburbs all around the metro. So I think it's further. And I think what's happening, according to that CBS poll, is that while there's support for deportation of illegal immigrants, that poll showed very strongly, I think it was 63% of people responding said that they did think that ISIS tactics were, out of hand. However, if you broke that 63%, the percentage of Democrats, I think, was at 94% who thought that their tactics were out of hand. And
hold on, I'm looking at something over here in OBS. What does this do? Give me 1 second. That doesn't look right.
only about 14% of Republicans. So I guess in some ways, yes, it is still divided, but the division continues, and we're going to see if there's anything that can possibly bridge this divide. Very interesting to hear from especially Senator Klobuchar, who really has made a career out of talking about working with both sides and bridging the gap and bridging the great divide. It will be very interesting to hear what she has to say.
Yeah, we should also know, too, I think most people know, but for those who don't, tuning in across the nation, she was a Hennepin County prosecutor here for many, many years.
Which is the Minneapolis County, yeah. So this was her beat.
Yeah. Esme, I don't know what that polling shows, but I'm struck by an interview we did many, many hours ago where a guy we spoke to at the site of the shooting said, hey, I don't mind rounding up people that are committing crimes and doing the wrong thing in this country. For him, this had morphed into a Second and Fourth Amendment issue, just because of, again, the strangeness of who does an investigation, how is it done, why aren't certain things done. This guy, it was an elevated level of now you're going into constitutional issues.
Well, and another constitutional issue is the 10th Amendment, and that is the 10th Amendment and the First Amendment are the amendments that Attorney General Keith Ellison and the mayors of St. Paul and Minneapolis have filed a lawsuit. There's a hearing at 9 a.m. In federal court on this lawsuit that was filed last week. The 10th Amendment basically states that states have their own sovereignty, that anything that's not explicitly in the Constitution that says the Constitution delegates everything to the president. Anything else that's left over is the state's business. And that's something that all these state officials are arguing as well. Yes, it is at the essence of the Constitution. And some constitutional legal experts, we say, say at this point,
all right, shut up.
This actually, in other words, is the Border Patrol. on board. Bavino made earlier. We'll have to see. I think it'll be very interesting to hear what these leaders have to say.
Esme, we've just been told that the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey has asked Governor Tim Walz to bring in the Guard out of an abundance of caution to provide help and support to the city of Minneapolis. And you mentioned the size of the overworked 662-member police force, all of which are not patrol officers, we should note. And Mayor Frey now has asked the governor for the support of the Minnesota National Guard.
Oh, but I thought that you guys wanted to do this on your own. You didn't need any help, outside help. Tim just said an hour ago, ICE and federal law enforcement need to leave our state because we can handle it ourselves. It's not what they just said. They're undermanned. They have like 600. Like, what are you talking about?
And this is that combination of Mayor Frey asking Tim Walz for the support of the National Guard. The communication between those two was not good back in 2020. There was a lot of confusion. There still is. People who are trying to sort that out. Who called who when? Why did they wait? Clearly, they're not waiting. They obviously feel this is a tipping point beyond the Renee Good killing. They obviously feel that this is something that they...
You know, it's funny. One thing that you do before you start a stream, anyways, the way I do it, is I open OBS and you click a button that says Manage Broadcast, and you have to fill out this long thing. But I realized like a couple of years ago that I could just save it, and so I wouldn't have to fill it out every time. And all I'd have to do is do the title of the stream and the thumbnail. But I realized that I'm watching a bunch of like current events that are going on like right now, but I categorize the stream as, like I always do, as a music stream. So people are probably like seeing my channel and are right now and are like, what does any of this have to do with music? I gotta remember that next time I stream, I gotta change that category.
Got to be ready for. And it's obviously, you know, the amazing scenes that we've seen from our incredible photojournalists and reporters in the field. It's obviously tensions are so high, and that's a good reason to have the National Guard out.
Yeah, well, they are on the way. Also, we noted earlier, Derek did, the Hennepin County Sheriff asked for some specific Guard help actually at the Federal Whipple building where we saw that convoy of Guard vehicles heading to, just because that's become, you know, one of the epicenters of the protest activity. And just from a security standpoint, they were interested in that. We are told now, too, that the Guard's going to set up a perimeter downtown, or not downtown, but in South Minneapolis as well, around Franklin Avenue and 28th Street and Pillsbury to 35th. So that's a really wide perimeter.
It is.
But it does basically put a perimeter around the area where today's shooting happened at 9:05 this morning.
And there's supposed to be a vigil at 7 o'clock tonight, right?
Yeah, and just because there's perimeter doesn't mean that people won't be allowed to be allowed in or out. But now we have another element that we follow, and we talked about the divide getting bigger, Esme, and now we see, you know, the deployment of National Guard troops in Minnesota to help support a city.
Visual for what?
What's happening right now at 28th and Nicollet, while people are certainly impassioned, it's peaceful.
Very peaceful.
There's not vandalism going on. We
peaceful.
don't see cars or businesses being broken into, but we do see the governor,
Yeah.
the mayor of Minneapolis, asking the governor for
Nothing
help
is
with
on
the National
fire
Guard,
yet, is what
and
they
that help
said.
appears to be on the way. They had been staged for at least a week as well, ahead of time.
We mentioned earlier, I wanted to find inciting insurrection. In a post, Trump shared a picture of the man's gun saying that it was ready to go. He also alleged local police weren't protecting ICE officers, questioned if Mayor Frey and Governor Walz called them off. He went on to accuse Frey and Walz of inciting an insurrection, saying, quote, with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric.
That goes to something Esme mentioned earlier.
Well, we heard the dangerous rhetoric during his first Tim Walz's first address about this. He just He just continuously uses, you know, incendiary rhetoric to fire up the people around him. I mean, we all saw it. I'm not lying or being hyperbolic. You can go back and watch the VOD. We watched him say it live.
Earlier, while we're covering what we're seeing and all these officials and these people talking, there is other discussion, might be the nicest term, going on social media that at times is just vitriolic and really, really passionate.
Yeah. The president questioning that, of course, and we saw the BCA earlier saying that we tried to get in, we showed documentation, and we were denied. So that is, again, a different account of why the state officials are not involved in this investigation.
For those of you who are at home watching on TV or online,
that's
whether
not what
it's in
Tim
Minnesota
Walz
or anywhere
said.
around the country, we have a number of reporters on the ground to give you that perspective. Mike Max is one of them. Mike, give us an idea of where you are right now and what you've seen there since we last spoke.
Well, I'm going to paint a cerebral picture here because that's what it is. If you look behind me, it's a memorial, and maybe somewhere we forget the name already, Alex Purdy, that we've just heard. This is a very somber, quiet place that we're at, where it took place, where he lost his life, and there are people that are quiet. There's a fire burning, and they're really just here to kind of look and reflect. And it feels a lot like George Floyd Square is what it feels like after his death. That's what it feels like here. It's all impromptu.
What did I just say not even an hour ago? I said George Floyd 2.0, and now he just said this looks eerily similar to George Floyd. You can't make this up. I literally am telling you what's happening in real time, but I say it's happening before it happens in real time. It made sense in my head.
People are here, but as soon as they get here, they're incredibly quiet and reflective and respectful. Now, walk with me just a minute here, and we're going to go down this way, about a block away. And as you walk down here, the whole tenor changes, and it's a movement. It's a place where people have come, excuse us, to.
No, thank you. Thank you.
to show obviously their support and to an extent maybe disdain, but down this way they are holding more of a rally and they are reacting to it. And one of the things that changed since the last time we were here is people are coming and going now in transit, so you don't have the same people here necessarily at 9 a.m., 10 a.m., whatever it was, because they've seen what's going on, and now they're coming down and they want to be a part of this. That, too, reminds me of George Floyd. So they're coming from all over, and they might only stay for an hour. They might stay for 2 hours. They might get out of it, whatever it is they want to get out of it.
An hour or 2 hours? This is going to go on for a week.
We did run into, there's a perimeter set by the Minneapolis Police Department. It's the same one.
This is going to go on for a week or more.
Might be coming in.
What are you talking about?
To back up as well. So there is a perimeter set so that you can't just drive and get here.
If negative 10% weather isn't stopping these absolute imbeciles, then this is going to continue as it continues to get a little warmer. It's just going to get worse. Wait till it gets dark. It's going to be like 20 degrees below zero. And these people are going to be like, oh, well, let's start everything on fire because it's cold outside. Wink, wink, you know.
Easily, you have to work hard and you have to take foot. Now we're at the intersection of 26th Street, and inside here, you can see in the background, there are people grabbing megaphones, making speeches, and it's a completely different tenor than what we saw.
My nose has been itching, like, specifically on this side today. I don't know why. I wonder if there's, like, a cat hair in my nostril that I don't know about. But I keep getting this, like, itchy sensation right here underneath.
Down to the site, and it's all in one place. This is all people just coming together on the fly. If we can get close, I'll try to show you what we've got. You can see speakers up here. They're talking, and that's just a block away from the memorial. So you've got two different things that are going on at one time, both reacting to the same issue. And as we mentioned, it's not easy to get down here right now because the perimeter has been set so wide, which has been the role of the Minneapolis Police Department throughout this. They're on the periphery. They're just watching cars come and go and making sure that people don't get in here. So there's a lot of.
Sissy, yeah, I'm back. Welcome back. Happy New Year. Happy Christmas. How are you?
Foot traffic, and these people will leave, and then a new group will come, and it's taken on a life of its own because people want to be a part, I guess, of the movement. They're coming here for an hour, they're paying their respects, and they're moving on, but they keep moving back and forth. So it's different. It's had like 16 different emotions throughout the day that we've experienced right here on location, guys.
Mike, you know, I don't know if this will change things, but the National Guard now is going to come in and set up a perimeter as well, and that's going to go from Franklin and 28th on one side to Pillsbury and Interstate 35W.
What happened to Tim Walz saying the federal is not needed? We can do it all on our own. Federal agents get out. We can do it on our own. And now they're saying the exact opposite, not even 2 hours later.
They say they'll let residential traffic in, people who live there, but they're keeping vehicles out. So I know there's this memorial plan there, Maxie, for 7 o'clock tonight. I don't know if that's going to grow or not, if they're not going to let people in. And I don't know if people get upset about that.
Them in if they don't let them up by foot traffic, they're going to have a problem. You can park a ways away if you're willing to walk, for sure, to get here. And then the other part of that is with the Minneapolis police is, you know, they don't want them too involved in this whole thing because they took.
I'm good. I took a month off and now I'm back. I had a birthday, so there's that. But yeah, I'm good. Been working on my health, like my diet and my exercise and stuff.
To blame during the Floyd, they were in the middle of it. They have to live with this city again whenever this is over. You know, we hope sooner than later. So you've always gotten the sense that they're trying to keep the Minneapolis police officers at arm's length so they don't have to be in the middle of what could be an unfortunate confrontation or situation. So right now, you're just seeing people wandering and again, now it's starting to feel like the George Floyd. They want to see what's going on. They want to be part of this because they understand it's something big. And I don't see it getting any smaller. It seems like people are joining us almost every 5 minutes. We're seeing more and more people.
Yeah. My birthday was January 1st.
And a lot of people have come up to us and said, hey, we saw you guys on TV. We wanted to come out here and be a part of it. So I think it will.
You know when my birthday is. You've known me for many years.
Will swell unless they don't allow foot traffic to come in.
And then during that whole range and iteration of emotion and feeling and protests that you've seen, it's all, there have been no damage, right? No violence that you've seen or are aware of?
No, well, we saw slash tires. We saw a car with a switch.
Thank you, Sissy.
Windows broken out when we got here. Other than that, I would call it minor, you know, obstructing, setting up impromptu barricades with dumpsters, things like that. But no, I don't, and this is a gut feel, and I don't mean to stereotype, but I don't fear when people think about 2020 and the burning of buildings on Lake Street and all those things. I've never gotten the sense that this crowd, and at least in talking to them, they were going to.
Oh, wait. Here's Jacob Fry.
We're going to need to cut you short for Mayor Fry.
Okay, here's Jacob Fry. Let's hear what this absolute degenerate has to say. Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons why I haven't really uploaded in a month is because I've just been... You know, I've been doing YouTube for several years now. You know, I almost have 100,000 subscribers, and you know, I do more than just watch music, and so I've been like kind of thinking over the month, like there's a lot of stuff other than music I want to talk about, so I've just been. Let me get past this Jacob Fry interview, and then I'll explain everything. Okay, I promise I will. I just want to hear what this absolute degenerate has to say. Why is Amy Klobuchar on the screen? What does she have to do with anything?
Senator Klobuchar, Senator Smith, and whoever else might be speaking here. Thanks for your reporting, Mike.
We're here to provide an update on the safety plans and precautions that we're going to be taking for this evening. The city of Minneapolis is filing a declaration after today's shooting to encourage the judge to rule on a temporary restraining order on Monday that would grant us immediate relief and would help stop this operation that has been so harmful to the city of Minneapolis.
Well, yes, I know it's my stream, but you know, people come to my stream. I like to explain to people certain things. People who come to my streams, a lot of the times are people who only watch my streams. They don't watch my like daily episodes. So I have like what, over 2,000 videos I've posted in the past 3 or 4 years. Some people come just for the live stream, you know, and my live streams have also always been about music, but I stopped wanting to be silent about current events, things that are happening both in my country and around the world. You know, I always had to keep that filter on because for the past 3 or 4 years I've been doing this, I've always been like, okay, they come to my channel for my expertise and knowledge on music, but that's only like a small part of the stuff that I have an opinion on. And so this year I decided finally I'm just gonna start watching it on stream. I'm gonna take the clips from the stream and put it on my other channel. So me watching this press conference, this segment won't be posted on this channel. It'll be posted on my second channel.
The state of Minnesota has resulted in multiple shootings and tragic deaths. I have formally requested assistance from the National Guard to support the limited number of officers that we have in the Minneapolis Police Department. We have around 600 officers in total. Days off have been canceled. Our incredible Minneapolis police officers have been working tirelessly to do their day-to-day work, and simultaneously they're put in the middle of these chaotic situations. We will not be able to do this on our own, and so we are getting assistance from both mutual aid jurisdictions as well.
But I do want to check out the new Black Veil Brides during this stream sometime, because I heard they went heavy in 2026. I've been reading all sorts of headlines. Black Veil Brides go heavy back to their old days, like their breakdowns and chugs. So after all that, yeah, I'm excited for that.
As the request to the governor for the National Guard, and we're appreciative of the assistance. Our community is tired. Our officers are tired. Our businesses are tired, and this additional support is necessary. And again, the chaos that we are seeing is caused directly by ICE.
Yeah, I've heard the new song's so good, but I haven't watched it. I haven't listened to it because I wanted to do it. You know, on my show. So I've heard it's absolutely incredible. So let's get through this and we'll watch that, okay?
Border control and this federal administration. Our top priority is keeping our neighbors and businesses safe, and the additional support will help us do that. Our community service officers are helping to deliver food to families that are in need. Community members are out there peacefully protesting, making sure that their voices are heard. They're escorting workers to their jobs. They're taking care of daycares. It has been extraordinary how people around our city have stepped up during this difficult time, and there is an incredible group of leaders, senators and members of Congress that are here with me to deliver a powerful message in just a couple of minutes. We're also working closely with our immigration task force to make sure that clear and transparent information is coordinated. We'll continue to do everything in our power to keep our neighbors safe and to stand up for our immigrant communities. Most of the protests that we've seen have remained peaceful. Let's keep it that way. Let's not counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own version of chaos here. I understand that people are angry. I'm angry. I understand that people are experiencing trauma. It makes sense. Our communities have been placed on the very front line, and this has been ongoing now for weeks. It must end. Remember.
Is it me or is he just talking to talk? Like, what are you even saying, dude?
It's only our city that will suffer if there is damage or destruction that is done. Finally, to the victim's family and friends, hearts are with you. Our love goes out to you. I know that there is nothing that I can say right now that will ease the pain. But I hope you know that Minneapolis cares deeply for you. There are 435,000 residents that will do everything possible to stand with you. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief O'Hara, who can give more of an update on the plans for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor.
Look, they're showing pictures of this dude like he didn't resist arrest. Like, what are we doing here? They're doing it again. They're baiting their own people, mind you. They're showing pictures like this and saying he was unarmed and all this stuff. They're doing this to manipulate their own people. They know what this like picture, this, you know, this wholesome picture of this very wholesome dude, you know. Like, what are we talking about? Dude resisted arrest. They tried to disarm him. He resists arrest so much that it took 7 dudes. Because he was fighting. It's all on video. We saw it. This is crazy. They're going to use this man's unfortunate demise. They're going to use it against their own people and get them spun up the way they did with George Floyd, and it's going to be 2020 all over again. And people might say, well, Mr. J, why do you care? You don't live in Minneapolis. Correct. I do not live in Minneapolis. But you, oh my God, this is going to get bad. This is going to get bad. The more that they go and push this narrative that they're pushing here, they don't put this wholesome picture up because, oh, we care about the family. No, they want to get people angry. It's absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Good evening. I'm going to provide a brief update on the events today
let's
and our plans to maintain order in the city. I recognize that this is
Look, they're turning this dude into a martyr. Look, another wholesome picture. He's so wholesome with his bike. And that he was a ICU nurse. Let's forget that he resisted arrest while having a weapon on him and fighting 7 cops. Let's just ignore this. Let's turn him into a martyr. Look how wholesome he is with his mountain bike. So wholesome.
An emotional
We're going to make a golden monument the same way we did St. Floyd.
Situation. And our focus remains as it always has been.
I told you, 2026, the filter is off. I'm done staying silent against nonsense.
On de-escalation.
Chat says calm down. Okay, sorry. I know. I'll calm down. You're right, sissy. They desperately need a martyr in order to harness the people. Yes, you're right. See? Even the chat doesn't think I'm crazy.
Slowing things down and maintaining peace and order in this city.
You know what's crazy? You know how I'm kind of a hyper dude? Haven't you guys ever wondered why when you see me drinking soda, it's always 7-Up? It's because it has no caffeine in it. Do you understand how psychotic I would be if I drank caffeine on stream? Bro, I would be out of my mind. Y'all would think I was on drugs. Because yes, this does get worse when I have caffeine. Like, I mean, I'm going like 1,000 miles an hour.
The situation is stable right now, and it is peaceful, and we intend to keep it that way.
Right.
After our last press update, additional residents and demonstrators gathered today, and the situation deteriorated. Local and state law enforcement officers were surrounded on multiple sides by a mix of protesters and also agitators who engaged in unlawful acts. Individuals began erecting barricades, throwing glass bottles, ice chunks, and at least 2 separate fires were started in the immediate vicinity.
So he's saying they were starting things on fire.
Minneapolis police had to escort firefighters so that they could safely extinguish those fires.
They had to escort firefighters in because the firefighters were more afraid of being harmed by the protesters than putting out. They were more afraid. They had to have, the firefighters needed protection to go put out the fire. Make that make sense.
The number one priority of our police officers is to protect life and maintain public safety.
That's actually very funny. No, I won't have a 7-Up Sugar Crush because I only have one. You won't see me drink another one of these on stream. I'll go back to drinking water. If I drank, see, I'm weird. If I drink more than 2 sodas, the sugar in them, they upset my stomach and make me want to throw up. So yeah, I have like 1 soda a day.
For all people in our community. And so given the volatility and rising public safety risks for residents, for demonstrators, and police officers, state and local law enforcement did deploy less lethal and gas munitions at that assembly.
Correct.
In order to allow for a safe egress of law enforcement and to prevent further violence and damage. We do everything that we possibly can to de-escalate whenever possible. And the actions that were taken today were in response to a dangerous and escalating situation that already had multiple confrontations. The gathering at the scene now is peaceful, and we need everyone to respect the lives and property of all people.
And do you see what they're doing up in this corner? Not only did they start it out with showing the dude as this like saint, now they're demonizing the federal agents because everything they show up here, yeah, you can see my cursor. Everything they're showing up here, watch, I'm going to go back 10 seconds. What they show you of the agents is like them spraying someone in the face with pepper spray. That's what they're demonizing the federal agents while martyrizing the criminals. Watch. They're gonna flash a thing on the screen right here, and it's gonna show they're gonna show a clip that shows the federal agents in a bad light. Man, people need to be smarter than the fall for this. This is targeted to people who have low IQs and can't see past these mind games. It's absolutely ridiculous. You know what the problem is? 90% of kids nowadays only have like a 2nd grade reading level. People are so stupid nowadays.
Confrontations. The gathering at the scene.
They don't know how to read, so they're on TikTok and whatever all day, and they get their news and their stuff from these what do you call them? Echo chambers, like on their Facebooks and all. I'm glad I don't have social media. I have a YouTube. I can come on here and tell all of my opinions, and if you don't like it, all you have to do is unsubscribe. Right? That's all you gotta do. Unsubscribe. Or if someone says something stupid, like in my chat, I'm just like, yep, I'm not dealing with that. Yeah, but I haven't been on, I don't ever use Instagram. Like, I hopped on Instagram today for the first time In probably a month, because everybody in my group chat for the show, they're on, it's on Instagram, and I logged into Instagram today for the first time in like a month, and I had like all of these missed messages from like people saying, where are you? Because but what I'm saying is people are on these websites like Instagram and Facebook all the time, and they're in these echo chambers, right? I use Instagram because it's an easy way to talk with my subscribers, right? I don't do it to make friends. Like on the Mr. J family IG, whatever it's called, the only people on my friends list, I think, are people that I talk to that watch my show. I think there's not a lot of people, whereas like some, like my niece, who she's very young, she has something like 4 or 5, no, like 3,000 friends or something on Facebook, and I'm like, that's crazy. Yeah, I have 70,000 subscribers on YouTube, right? But I don't talk to all of them. I talk to like maybe 20 of you, and you all know who you are. You know? The past 6-7 years has forced me to brush up on psyops. Smart. No one's immune. Just keep trying to spot it right away. Well, yeah, because it's all a psyop at the end of the day. Even for you, it's too much. Then just, if you have a Facebook, get rid of it. I tell everybody, if you feel stressed out, just unplug. I'm not saying I never have had a Facebook or a MySpace or whatever. Sure, I had all that garbage a long time ago, right? But guess what? When I finally left and like just completely unplugged from social media, bro, one, I had so much free time on my hands. Now I'm a fucking YouTuber. But two, I didn't have everybody's opinions. Just as soon as I open my phone, everybody knows it. They hit their Facebook or they hit their Instagram and they start looking at what people say. I'd wake up and there would be no Facebook, there would be no Instagram, there would be nothing like that for me to see what my friends were doing. And so you get out of that whole mindset. Yeah, you can probably communicate with that person from Japan in a million other different ways. I guarantee your friend in Japan probably has Line app or WhatsApp or Instagram or... And I'm not telling you what to do, sissy. That's not what I'm saying. I'm telling you what I did. When I unplugged from Facebook and social media in general, so much like just stress was lifted off my shoulder because I didn't have that echo chamber of people just constantly saying their opinions. If you want to keep your social media, go ahead. I'm saying when I did it and why I say people should do it is because I was so less stressed out. And what's funny is the more, I don't know. Anybody in the chat, sorry if it sounds like I'm telling you something to do. No, I'm not telling you to do something. I'm saying my advice is get rid of social media because it's a echo chamber of a bunch of retards. But if you want to stay on it, then that's your prerogative. It's not going to affect my life. I'm just telling you what I did. I don't even use Twitter, so I don't even know how Twitter works. I heard Twitter was bad before Elon Musk. I heard Twitter was bad after Elon Musk. I've never I don't even know how to use Twitter. I think that's one of the few apps I literally don't know how it works. Yeah, that's what I mean. I heard I heard Twitter is a cesspool. I have heard that.
Is peaceful.
See, boo. Back to what I was saying. I got off on a tangent. Sorry. This is gonna go on my new channel. If you're new to this channel, I'm sorry, but I like to talk to my chat while I'm live streaming this. But look, back to what we were talking about. They're framing this. Watch. As soon as they show protesters, they show it in the most peaceful part. And then when they show the federal agents, they show like 3 frames of an agent spraying someone with pepper spray or bear spray, whatever it is, whatever they use. And then with no context. Look, watch. It's just going to pop on, spray. Watch.
Gathering at the scene now is peaceful.
Spray!
And we need everyone to respect the lives and property.
And that's the only context they show.
In order to maintain that peace, we have established
that dude sprayed that woman, and that's all they showed.
A vehicle exclusionary zone in the affected area. That zone has allowed traffic to be safely managed and has significantly reduced the risk of escalation, ensuring access for emergency vehicles, for residents of the area, and for
now they're replaying it. Now they're
peaceful
just replaying
demonstrations.
X is manageable. I try to train my social algorithm to show me mostly SB19 stuff. Yeah. But yeah, if you're able to social engineer your algorithm, because I'll be honest, you're very smart, and I only say that because the average person doesn't even know what the hell me and you are talking about right now. But yeah, if you're able to if you're smart enough to be able to understand how to socially engineer your own algorithm, the same way I train my AI models, you know, if you understand the engineering part of the social algorithm, and you can engineer yourself a personal algorithm that only shows you what you're interested in without blocking out all of the nonsense that's on Twitter that I've heard of, then yeah, you can do that. But a lot of people just aren't smart enough to do something like that, so they get bombarded with a bunch of nonsense. Just my opinion.
This zone will be maintained by uniformed police officers of the Minneapolis Police Department, working alongside members of the Minnesota National Guard. National Guard members will be wearing fluorescent yellow safety traffic vests and will be working alongside uniformed Minneapolis police. In addition to the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that assisted at the scene, the St. Paul Police, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, and numerous Hennepin County suburban police departments are assisting with answering 911 calls in the city of Minneapolis today. The loss of human life, yet again, is a tragedy. We pray all people can recognize that. And we extend our condolences, as the mayor has said, to the loved ones of the deceased. To the people of our city, we understand that the pressure has been building for weeks. We understand the hurt and frustration that this causes. But again, if you choose to come out, if you choose to demonstrate, peacefully assemble, do so lawfully. And understand that the men and women in this uniform standing here tonight are committed first and foremost to protecting the lives of every single person in this city. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide updates as needed. So.
Thank you. Sorry, this is my first day back streaming, and we've been streaming for almost 4 hours. My eyes are getting that stingy feeling. I had to that's why I went like this. That's okay. Oh. Outstanding. I restored my eyesight just to be bombarded by Amy Klobuchar's giant face.
Mayor, thank you, Chief, for your strong leadership during this crisis. I'm joined today by...
Oh, Amy Klobuchar is a Democrat. I'm sorry. I'm not the smartest person at this political whatever stuff. I thought Amy Klobuchar. See, well, actually, you'll know that I had this question because right before I was like, why is Amy Klobuchar speaking? Isn't she a senator for like Washington? I was like, what does she have to do with Minnesota? I literally said that right before this started. So, no, at least I told them like, what does this even mean? She is a Minnesota politician. I don't know why I thought it was Washington. Okay, makes sense that she's there.
By Senator Smith, as well as Representatives McCollum and Morrison, and joining us in a statement are Representatives Craig and Omar. Our message is really clear and straightforward. We need ICE out of Minnesota. They are not making us more safe. As the tragic killing this morning, as people saw it viscerally on that video, shows us they are making us less safe. With 3,000 agents, which of course includes border control, outnumbering the sworn police officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul by 3 to 1, and even larger than the 10.
Because you're out. Because you're undermanned. There's a reason. You went from 900 in your local police in 2020. Then the Summer of Love happened in 2020. No, I'm going to say it out loud. No, you had 900 active cops. And then 2020 happened. The Summer of Love happened. They burnt down for months stuff all over Minneapolis, all over what was it, Seattle, where they had the chop zones. And in Minneapolis you went from 900 plus to 600. Why? Because defund the police was happening during 2020. And you guys lost so many that your police force is now barely 600. You're underpowered, you are undermanned, and you need help from the federal government to do your job because you need more cops. Idiots. You're being dishonest, and I'm going to call it out every time. Is this a live report? Yes, it is a live report.
Metropolitan Police Department. This is completely out of whack, completely out of balance, and now 3 people have been shot, 2 resulting in death.
2 people were shot, all 3 of them. I'm not going to say had it coming because I'm not that kind of person, but it's not like they weren't doing something that could get them into a dangerous situation. That's the easiest way I can put it. They were resisting arrest, impeding federal law enforcement. They were the one who survived was assaulting law enforcement, so that happened. So I mean, just you guys are so dishonest. What's funny is I have so many international viewers. Yes, this is Western media. Western media, someone's like, is this a live report? Yeah, it's a live report, and they're lying. Senators are lying to the faces of people.
Renee Good, mother of 3.
Renee Good, who hit a cop with her car and... Well, yeah, she hit a cop with her car while they tried to detain her.
And now, Alex Prey, a 37.
And Alex Prey, who was a 37-year-old ICU nurse, yes, very, very wholesome, who resisted arrest And when they tried to disarm him, they had to call in 7 people to get him because he was acting a fool because he was... Oh, my... Oh!
7-year-old Minneapolis man, a citizen, also a nurse. They both
also
have
a nurse
families that love them very much.
I'm sure that is, but guess what? So did Ashley Babbitt, right?
This city has been under...
Oh wait, no, but Ashley Babbitt was actually unarmed, so there is that.
Siege. And I want to make something
Oh,
clear.
look how
As the
wholesome he
mayor and
is.
the police chief are doing their job for this city. It's
Oh,
not just
look
the
how
cities.
wholesome
it's
he
not
is.
just Minneapolis and St. Paul, as you'll hear from the members of Congress. It is the suburbs where kids have been lured in and abducted. It is small towns all across our state, rural areas. This has gone way beyond some stated purpose of the fraud investigation or apprehending
Oh wait, I was gonna say
violent
something.
offenders. That's not what this is about anymore. When you have 3,000 agents,
What are you talking
overwhelming
about?
sworn police officers. I took part in that peaceful and powerful march yesterday. All those peaceful people, and then we wake up this morning to this horror. As members of Congress, we are calling on this administration to get ICE out of our towns, off of our streets. It will make us more safe. We, as a congressional group up here, strongly opposed the ICE funding this week. We opposed it this summer when our Republican colleagues tripled the budget, $75 billion. It is now more than the FBI. They reduced the training from 5 months to 47 days.
You want to know why? Like I've said before, everyone voted for this. If you voted for Trump, everyone voted for this. You want to know why they started hiring more ICE agents and they gave more money to the Department of... Because 20 million illegals got in during the Joe Biden presidency. We need more people to do the thing that Trump ran on, to shut down the border and deport illegals. The fuck?
And these are the results. We are also calling for a full and transparent investigation.
Come on, media. You know, always do that. True, sissy, true.
We've done this before in Minnesota, coordinating with local and state and federal law enforcement. And if they're not going to do it, then they need to get out of the way and allow our very professional...
Well, you know what's crazy? They talk about like red states and blue states. That's a thing because it's a thing. As I live in a red state, right? Where I live, you don't have idiots out here burning down their own cities. That doesn't happen. If you tried that stuff out here, the people would run you out. Regardless of what your ethnicity is. If there was a white person in this city acting a fool, doing crazy stuff, the people would run them out of town. Same thing if it was black or Asian or whatever. Red states are just built differently. And the people who reside in red states are built differently. There's never been a crazy I think during the 2020 riots in the biggest city in my entire state, I think there was small not uprising, but protests during the George Floyd thing, but nothing like in these like blue states, because in a lot of these towns, the people in red states, they're not going to put up with people in their own communities acting crazy and burning down their own facilities. If some crazy group of people tried to, no matter what, if they were left or right or white or black or whatever, Christian, whatever, if someone came to this small town and started like burning down, like, because a lot of our like downtown and are historical buildings. They're old buildings and they mean a lot. And so and a lot of these stores have been, these old mom and pop shops have been here since I was a kid, because I basically lived where I grew up. I was in the Army through my entire adult life. Yeah, but when I retired, I came back to what I knew, right? But if someone of any group, whatever, just pick a group, started going down that main street, the downtown area where all the businesses and stuff were, and started like looting, breaking windows, and burning down like their own community, I'm telling you, they would not be having it. Where in blue states, you have a bunch of soy pussies that I was going to say no fault of their own, but it's still kind of their fault, allow themselves to be brainwashed via social media. And you're going to say, well, what does blue states and social media have to do with it? I try very hard to keep my exact location private. Thank you for that, though. What was I saying? Oh, so sure, social media makes a difference both in red and blue states. However, the types of people that are in reds and blue states watch different kind of content. Because blue states, most people watch blue state stuff, like let's say from like we'll just say from independent all the way over to the left. They watch left-wing stuff, CBS, MSNBC, CNN. I don't know all the names. I don't watch mainstream. Well, I do now that I'm doing this, but this is just purely to call out the hypocrisy. But I watch both sides to get the answer, because people in red states tend to watch, your Fox News, your OANs, stuff like that. They don't look at both sides. Me, I don't believe Republicans or the Democrats. I think they're all corrupt. And I earned my right to say that because I fought for my country, so I could say what I dang well want. Do something about it. But because I'm Christian and I have traditional family values, I believe in traditional gender roles, people would think I'm like right-leaning or whatever. And I guess, sure, ethically, I could be considered right-leaning ethically, but that has nothing to do with politics. It's just that I'm a boomer. I was raised different. I had two parents in the household. I was raised by a mother and a father, which Gen Z and Gen X are cooked because none of them grew up with a father in the home, but I'll get on that subject if I have to. But I grew up in a I grew up in a time where there wasn't internet. I grew up in a time where we had dinner at the table as a family every single night, no matter what we had going on. We had both parents in the house teaching us stuff that the mother should teach us, and our father and our families teaching us what we should be doing from a man's perspective. Times were different. Times were simpler back then. What I'm saying is I'm a boomer, so I was just raised different. So yes, ethically, I'm Christian. I believe in gender roles. I believe I believe in traditional gender roles, traditional family values, stuff like that. But that's just because that's the way I was raised. It doesn't mean I have anything against people who think differently than me, because everyone knows Mr. J, like, I don't hate anybody. I don't really, like, if you want to be gay, be gay. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sissy knows, right? I don't have a hateful bone in my body. I love gays. Like, I love blacks. I love Hispanics. I love like I don't have. Do I participate in that lifestyle? No, but that's my I don't have to participate in someone else's lifestyle to respect them. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Like, I love everybody, and I talk shit about everyone equally. If you're stupid, I'm gonna talk crap about you. Doesn't matter if you're white or black or gay. It's 'cause you're stupid. Also, we didn't have smartphones. We didn't have cell phones, to be honest. Like, when I was a kid, the coolest thing that I saw in a movie was a car phone. We rode our bikes every day until, and everybody knows this if you grew up in my time, every kid rode their bikes and was outside playing soccer and playing basketball, touching grass and all of that stuff. And we didn't have to have parental supervision. The only rule was you come home when the not night lights, but the street lamps come on. When the street lights come on, you gotta come home. Basically, when it starts to get dark, we all go home. Otherwise, we get in trouble with our parents, because our parents were allowed to discipline us back in the day. No, my father never, beat me, but did he spank me? Yes. Is it abuse? No. Well, today it is considered abuse. Back then it wasn't. Therefore, people in my age range tend to be a little tougher. We didn't have internet. We touched grass. We were around our families. Family values were at an all-time high, in my opinion, in the late 80s and all throughout the 90s. I forgot where I was going with this rant.
Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to conduct the investigation into these killings. And finally, we call on our Republican colleagues to stand with us. I know they know what's going on here because it's happening in their own districts. We have, of course, these shootings, but it is a lot more than that. They know that something's wrong when a Hmong elder is pulled out of a house in his underwear and slippers, and they figure out about an hour later They got the wrong guy, and in fact, the guy they were looking for is actually in jail. Or a 2-year-old, a case my office worked on, in addition to hundreds more, who's taken with her dad and then put on a plane to Texas when her mom is desperately trying to get her.
Wait,
We
what?
got her back. But none of them, they got the wrong guy in his house. In his wrong when a Hmong elder is pulled out of a house. They know that something's wrong when a Hmong elder.
No, she's using words that only people like me know what the frick she's talking about. She's using targeted language. And none of you caught it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the fact that they pulled a Hmong elder, that's targeted. Want to know why? Because I was married once, and guess what? She was Hmong. Guess where she was from? Minnesota. Minneapolis. So I know what a Hmong elder is. She's using targeted language. And I'm going to fact check that as soon as she's done. Actually, I'm going to fact check that right now. Give me a second. And I'm just going to ask the AI. I'm not even going to I'm just going to ask the AI. Quick fact check for my stream. Oh, this runs like garbage on my computer usually. No! The AI's talking about something else because I didn't open a new thing. No, idiot. Okay. Amy Klobuchar. I don't know how to spell that. Amy Klobuchar just said that Hmong. It's funny, I know how to spell Hmong because Hmong has a silent H in it. Elder was mistakenly taken by ICE in Minnesota. Is this true? Because Hmong elder seems super specific. And super made up. Okay, it's true. Hey, if I fact check something and it's true, I'll take that. I'll at least I fact checked it, right? At least I didn't say that's made up and then not give and not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you guys know me. I'll at least I'm a lot of things, but I'm honest at least, right? It said it's true.
Is pulled out of a house in his underwear and slippers.
Yeah.
And they figure out about an hour later they got the wrong guy, and in fact the guy they were looking for is actually in jail. Or a 2-year-old, a case my office worked on, in addition to hundreds more, who's taken with her dad and then put on a plane to Texas when her mom is desperately trying to get her.
I don't even know what that
We got her
means.
back. But none of this should be happening. None of it. So we call in our...
Yeah, but okay. Does it suck that that Hmong elder was pulled out of his house in his, quote, underwear and his slippers because of mistaken identity, and he was inconvenienced for an hour? Sure. He was inconvenienced an hour, and yeah, that's a crappy thing to happen. But it's not like they're saying he was like abused by ICE or anything. I literally just did the fact check and I saw that it was true. It says that he was pulled out of the thing at gunpoint. Yes, I got all of the facts. They even added something she didn't add that I will add, that it was very cold. It was freezing out that night. But I doubt he was standing outside the whole hour. But all I'm saying is, does it suck that people make mistakes? Yeah, but it's not like dude was injured. Because elder can mean a lot of things. Elder is a position, not just because you're old. Elder is a position in the Hmong society. They do the... It's hard to explain, but it's a title given to someone. It's something that you achieve. It's not necessarily mean it's an old person. Are they usually old? Sure. But that's not what they're saying. But does it suck that someone made a mistake and dude was inconvenienced for an hour in his underwear? Yeah. But guess what? Mistakes happen. Now, if I fact checked it and it said that, like, yeah, that's true, but also they deported him to Honduras, I'd be like, yeah, that's messed up. But if he was inconvenienced for an hour, that sucks, but nothing bad happened.
Republican colleagues to join us, because we have warned this...
Like, let me check the thing. I don't think that he went to jail. Okay, the AI says this is a stream-friendly response. Recent news reports confirm that in St. Paul, Minnesota, federal immigration agents mistakenly detained a Hmong American U.S. citizen named Chong Lee Scott Thao in his home without a warrant and briefly took him outside. So maybe it wasn't an hour like Amy Klobuchar said, but briefly took him outside in freezing weather before releasing him when they realized he was not their target when they checked his identification. So apparently they stormed his house, they took him outside, they saw his ID, and they saw it was they got the wrong house or whatever, and apparently he was let back inside. So yes, it did happen, but it's not, see? He wasn't even taken to jail. So, yeah.
This administration, I have personally warned them that there would be more deaths, that more of this would happen, and clearly they're not listening. So we ask people around the country to talk to their Republican representatives to make clear that this is not the America that is ours. This has got to stop. And with that, I turn it over to my colleague, Senator Smith.
Okay, I'm done. Amy Klobuchar is my limit. I'm gonna change to... Where did it go? I want to listen to this, so I'm gonna do it. Certainty. Why is there no sound? Oh, it's muted.
Certainty.
Oh! Oh, the chubs. Oh. A straight up breakdown to start it off? Are you shitting me? It's just a straight up breakdown at the beginning. Right? Here, let me see on the drums.
Certainty.
Yeah, but... Oh!
So certain every day you have found the perfect way to guard the lions from the slaughter you have started. And thank God you'll never
Sounds like old school Black Veil Brides.
what you never meant to say.
Like long hair and funny makeup.
Fire might you drink up all your sorrows.
Oh!
As I torch you burn, you decide who shines. You were lost and I have tried to save.
It's like their old post-hardcore days. I love it. Because I was a teenager when ugh.
Something I said has made me the other, certain of the price that I should pay. All of my pride and fear at the altar.
Got a little two-step in there.
Every Christ now, every countdown, my mind clicks like heartbeats.
Oh.
Come on, talk now, serving up as silence boy. You're not the answer to the question. You're not the savior you thought I'd be. Even still I wonder, do you hear me when you remember that I play? You stand, I
Oh. It's like old and it's like young Andy.
have tried to save. But something I said has made me the other, certain of the price that I should pay. All of my pride and fear at the altar. And now I know that there's something brighter. I just can't see that it goes.
Oh. Oh, the dive bomb. Wow. Oh.
You were lost and I have tried to
Back into that bridge. I like it.
save. But something I said has made me the other, certain of the price you'll never pay. And all my pride and fear will take me to.
Bro, the whole album needs to be like this. Not the whole album, but... Bro. We're living in some good times when it comes to music. All these old heads are fucking doing shit that they were doing when I was like 16, 17 years old. Holy moly. That's crazy. People were hyping it up. I thought it was all smoke, but man. Haven't listened to metal since high school. This hits the spot. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Young Andy with experience. Yes, yes. He's like me. Like, you know, I'm like 40 something and I look like I don't know, not 40, I've been told. And my hair actually grew back. I know I've had a dumb hat on all day, but my hair's getting pretty long again. A song I've been listening to like a lot lately. There's actually 2 songs I've been listening to. Actually, one of these songs you probably will be surprised by. No, because it'll get me kicked off, or it'll get the... I don't care. It'll get us blocked, but I don't care. I've been listening to this a lot. Turn on the lamp. Oh, why is that so bright? What's crazy is it's not even dark out. I don't know what it is about my corner, but it's perfectly light, right? Like, it's not dark outside yet. Well, I think it's getting dark. But for some reason, with all of these windows, like there's even a window right in front of me. But yeah, I got the ring light. I've been listening to this a lot lately, and don't judge me, but I've been listening to this a lot. It'll kind of give you... Well, I'll tell you why I've been listening to it, but... That's very loud in my ear.
Everybody knows my name now, but something about it still feels strange. Like sitting in the mirror trying to steady yourself and seeing somebody else. And everything is not the same now. It feels like all the lives have changed. Maybe when I'm older it'll all calm down, but it's killing me now. What if you had it all with nobody to call? Maybe then you know me. 'Cause I've had everything, but no one's listening, and that's just fucking lonely. I'm so lonely. Everybody knows my past. My house was always made of glass. But maybe that's the price you pay for the money and fame at an early age. And everybody saw me sick, and it felt like no one gave a shit. They criticized the things I did as an idiot kid. What if you had it all with nobody to call? Maybe then you know me. 'Cause I've had everything, but no one's listening, and that's just fucking lonely. I'm so lonely. Lonely. I'm so lonely.
Yeah, that one kind of speaks for itself, I think. What do y'all think? I know you weren't expecting Justin Bieber, huh? Hmm? And I've been listening to this one a lot. I don't know. I've been listening to this. This song's gonna be. This one's gonna make sense for a lot of people, but I've been listening to this song specifically because I'm trying to learn a specific technique, and so I listen to this a lot to work on technique. Get ready. So he keeps his tongue down, but kind of curled. Oh. What's that? Okay. Okay, mid. Okay, yeah, I got it. Is low-pitched screaming harder than high-pitched screaming? It depends on if you know what you're doing. Let me skip forward to give you an example. Okay, I haven't done this in a very long time, so give me a second. I don't even know how this will sound on this setup, but I'll try. I'll come in at the breakdown so I can give you an example. a little bit into the breakdown because it'll give you an example. Okay, right here. This is where. Sorry, now I gotta get a drink. So this is the part I want to give you. So I'm gonna say, you pull me back, and then I'm gonna say, hold on. You pull me back. I feel the ever black festering within. But when I say festering within, you'll hear me switch from low to high.
Pull me back. I feel the ever black festering within.
So without all that, what I did is, you pull me back. So I'm just gonna do one separate part.
I feel the ever black festering within.
So I go from
pull me back way down here to festering way up here.
So it's not necessarily hard. It's knowing how to properly do it, by not hurting yourself, and B, being able to go from
pull me back, like way down here,
when I'm doing the lows, it's more about having my tongue down here, with my tongue like kind of flush with my soft palate and my tongue to like the back of my bottom row of my teeth. And a lot of the sound and the resonation is happening inside my mouth and my cheeks and my false cords here, right? Whereas the like festering way up here, that's done way up here. So I scrunch up like this and kind of like talk kind of nasally. And then but when you get up in there and you start vibrating your soft palate, that phonation is made up here. I forget what this is called, but up here in the nasal passage, the resonance is happening more up here in your nasal passage than down here in your mouth and your soft palate. So if you know the anatomy and know how it works, you can easily, without even thinking about it, go way down here, I'll go way up here, if you know what you're doing. And then you have like rolling your R's, like festering. That's festering, but I'm just rolling the festering within. I can turn my tongue to the side of my cheek to change the high to sound different. So if I'm way up here and I go, that's the same thing. It's just me moving my tongue around on one side of my cheek. That kind of that rah was me making the opening of my mouth a little bit bigger and pushing my tongue over here. So, no. But see, I listen and watch things like this so I can see other people doing something. I know how to do it, but putting it into practice is different. Good question, though. Good question. So, but the question was, I guess, is it harder? To some people, yes and no. And it just depends on the person. Like, I know someone who does only lows. But, you know, most of, like, this genre, which is called 1,000 Things, but it's basically, like, deathcore. Most bands like this that I like, Signs of the Swarm, Lorna Shore, they all have a really good balance of highs and lows. Because if it's too scattered with just if it's just lows, it could be good. In only certain bands can pull off something like that. And as for only highs, I don't really know I've ever heard of a band that only does highs. The Blood Brothers used to, but they haven't been a band for like 20 years. The Blood Brothers did only highs, I think. Let me see if I can even find a video on YouTube of the Blood Brothers. Oh, there is a video. It's 18 years old, though. I told you, this is 1,000 years ago. And I don't think there's been a band since them in 20 years. I believe they're all highs. This video was 20 years ago? Bro, I'm so old. And the Blood Brothers were really good. This is 20 years ago. Maybe this is a bad song. Because there's a lot of... I forgot that there was this song was mostly clean vocals. I'm sorry. There's a high. Maybe better would be under oath. Maybe this would be better. Because this isn't 1,000 years old. Well, this was 16 years ago. What the hell? I'm getting so old. This was 6.
Can you feel your heartbeat racing? Can you taste the fear in her sweat? You've done this wrong, it's too far gone. Sheets tell of regret. I admit that I'm just a fool for you. I'm just a fool for you.
This is all highs now. Yeah, all highs.
Nation, let's just do exactly what you want to. And this could be my night. This is what makes me feel alive. Makes you feel alive.
Yeah, all highs. Still highs. Yep, still high. Yep, all high. Yeah. Yep, all right.
Well, look who's dying now. I always knew you were such a sucker for that. It doesn't matter what you say. You never mattered anyway. You never mattered anyway. Start over! Restart over! I feel your heart, rocket spine, so take a breath and close your eyes.
Yep, it's all up here.
Rise! Your lungs are failing and won't stop breathing. My heart is dead, it's way back. Rise! 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 Goodbye!
Yep. Bye.
Don't shake. I hate to see you tremble.
Very high.
Trembling you right. Your touch. Ramming you right. So addictive. So addictive.
Yep, very high.
Why am here? The boat stop breathing. The body is dead. It's way past beating.
Yeah, very high. It's all high. What is this stream even turned into? See, I told you there'd be no sugar crash. I'm still bouncing around, and now it's actually getting dark. Oh, man. First stream back. 5 hours long. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll stream tomorrow. You guys know where to find me. Mr. J's back. 2026 has started. And we're getting to 100,000 subscribers this year. This year, 30,000 subscribers. What am I talking about? 100,000 subscribers, I mean. I only need 30,000 more subscribers is what I mean. This year, we're getting the silver play button. This is the year. Good to see you all too. Go follow my brother's YouTube channel. It's right here. He talks about stuff. He's like, you guys notice that he looks like me. We look a lot alike, but you'll notice he's a lot more calm than me. Please go subscribe to my brother. He's awesome. He talks about stuff. I finally talked him into making a show, his own channel, and he's really good. And he talks about stuff, but he's very calm about it. So if you want a calmer version of me, go subscribe to my brother and watch him talk about stuff. He only has 5 or 6 videos, so, but yeah. Anyways, please go subscribe to that, my brothers. And then I will promote my brother, and I will promote my... Damn, really, he does look like you. I know, he's my brother. I told you. He has a little more tanner skin because he got my mom's, closer to my mom's complexion. But yeah, he looks, I told you, he looks like me. You can tell he's my brother the second you saw him. До свидания. Moja любовь. До свидания. Okay, I'll be streaming tomorrow, so I'll see you all tomorrow. Okay, bye. I love you. Good seeing you all. Go subscribe to my brother.